What is up, dudes? How y'all doing? And welcome back to Disco Elysium. Last we left off, we finally discovered that there is more to Revachol than just the small town bit. And we discovered a little church with a strange hole in the road. And then we got distracted by a supercomputer and a bunch of drunks. So, basically the whole stream last time was just a massive sidetrack, but a fantastic one at that. But hopefully everybody's doing well. Wexford, Gypsy, Martian, how's it going? Let's see. What was that I... Alright, I have to wait until past 9. Hey, Loin, how's it going? Alright, this was the next thing that we needed to do. Oh, hey. Completely missed out on that.
This is it, the scene of the party, the fire pit, cigarettes and empty bottles all evidence it.
Evil West, once you mentioned, what was it, Dark Watch? The, like the aesthetic of, Evil West really clicked into place. It's still something that I want to replay at some point. I don't remember much of the game outside of a demo.
Not as such. I'm talking about what came after the party scene.
Yeah, sure does look like a lot of folks partied
Looks
here.
like they were here a while, judging from all the bottles. The sunken motor carriage provided them a focal point, like a goose ice sculpture or a chocolate fountain.
Hey, Kim, looks like we've had a couple of party goers here. This was some kind of theater to them. Was this party against the law on the ice like this?
Hey, let's keep moving, detective.
Somehow, he doesn't want to dwell on it.
He's just bummed that the car is in the water. He's sad for the car. We're all sad for the car, Kim. We feel ya. Might be the buggiest, jankiest co-op experience I've had. If you're not the host, half your moves just don't work properly sometimes. Is it because the session desynchronizes? Maybe. Because I've played some co-op games where if the player joining doesn't have a stable connection to you, it will sometimes like eat random inputs.
The tear machine stands in the corner. Your bottles clunk.
Hey, almost a full real. I remember Shadow Warrior 2 having a lot of input problems, specifically when you were using controllers that weren't Xbox One or DS4. Because for the longest time I used a PS3 controller to play on PC, and it doesn't always work for the best. And in Shadow Warrior 2's case, it basically ate half my inputs at all times. It was kind of funky. Let's see if we can get some more information. We've interviewed the Hardy Boys, and sort of like their whole assault story is kind of starting to unravel as more or less a farce. Not entirely, but they're sort of exaggerating the facts.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
I found my badge, by the way.
You did. Pleased to meet you, Lieutenant W. Freighter Dubois. I am glad to see a man of high qualification. The situation is precarious. What can I help you with, Lieutenant Freighter?
Do you know where my gun is? Because I still don't have it, and I'm growing increasingly concerned. Oh, wait. And last time we got access to the computer station. And then we were interrupted by a technician working to investigate a, what was it, a 2mm hole in the road? Hey Adrian, how's it going? Oh, it's because I don't have a flashlight.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering, casting the framework in a soft glow. Fluorescent play and print keys shine on the keyboard.
I really like that warped sound of the PC booting up, that sort of alien howling almost. It reminds me a lot of, you know, when a VHS tape has been played a lot, certain sustained notes in the soundtrack will have this sort of waver to them, like this sort of dissonant waver where it seems to like almost slow down for a couple of frames. That is such an incredible sound.
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnet.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
Let's try the password for the production schedule.
Please repeat the password. Good. I've unlocked the production schedule. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament.
Really? She just used the same password? Maybe those radio computer guys aren't that paranoid after all.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
No, have a nice day.
Thank you, and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. With a quiet determination, the printer starts printing, a piece of paper unfolding like a handheld fan. A black crisscross of letters covers its surface.
You know what the tech reminds me of? I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Tales from the Loop. It is it's also an RPG setting where it's set in a town that is built above a facility that sort of spews out mysterious machinery. So the entire landscape is like farmlands with giant server computers just standing in the middle of a wheat field or something like that. And it reminds me a lot of that. It's really cool. Like Tales from the Loop is a very interesting setting. They also did a show on it, which is a bit mixed at times. But I just love this aesthetic of this casually discarded technology that's just kind of scattered across the landscape. And the way that technology is presented reminds me a lot of how technology is presented in this. It's sort of pseudo science fiction, where it's old technology presented as something extremely extremely modern. In this case, like the way radio computers work is just like this energy source that you insert into a glorified microwave, and then suddenly you're able to communicate. I really like the body swap episode though. That one was really good, especially the conclusion was really good, and the time stop one. I like that one.
It's a project report written by the lead producer, Andrew Andy Schott, about Whirl Untethered, a radio game developed by Studio Fortress Accident. The first few pages give an overview of the capital and workforce, while the rest of it seems to be a production schedule.
Read about capital, I want to know about money.
In its short time of existence, Fortress Accident SCA managed to burn through truly insane amounts of money.
But it's really, I really like those settings where it's almost an urbanized apocalypse setting. Don't know if that's a combination of words that work, but it basically feels like a civilization has crumbled and a new civilization moved in and started living their lives while remnants of the old civilization still remains.
The first tranche of seed financing brought in 150,000 Riyal, but then came the delays. Eventually, the damage reached 400,000 Riyal, with only half of the game finished. 400,000 Riyal? Yo. These guys knew how to party.
Gosh, where did they get all this money?
Let's just say it was a real adventure for their Igaunian investor.
Read about the workforce, whom worked there, how long.
Fortress Accident employed 18 people. The bulk
Maybe some
of the
familiar
team
names pop
composed
up.
of writers and concept artists. There were also radio programmers, sound engineers, a CEO, 2 marketing experts, and a single overburdened producer who developed a habit of popping Pyrrolidon in the basement to escape his obligations. But on the other hand, their obligations were piling up at an inhumane rate, a rate that could only be amended by Pyrrolidon.
Skim through the production schedule, whatever
the
it
production
is.
schedule depicts their glorious descent into bankruptcy.
Right, what happened?
It was impossible not to fail. The project was too large, and no amount of money could satiate the ever-expanding ambitions of the development team. They tried to make a 4 million Riyal game with 400,000 in their bank account. They thought they could bridge the gap with pure willpower and imagination.
The sweary aesthetic.
They couldn't. No. Even then, success remained within an ever-narrowing margin of possibility that, despite everything, never entirely disappeared.
One of those things like, oh, that I have this really cool idea, here it is, but it doesn't work. Yeah, about that.
That is until they discovered the Valley of the Heads.
The what?
At the 11th hour, the lead designer, Jimsk-born Suliswaf Jalisa, decided that what Whirl Untethered needed was a secret mystical location at the extreme edge of the map. This place was to be the Valley of the Heads, where the heads of all the headless constructs could be found. The player would have been able to choose a head for their headless party member, and each head would have been voiced on air by a professional actor.
Just imagine interactive War of the Worlds. Just grab the original radio play and imagine that as a D&D campaign where you can phone in.
The world had never seen their kind before, and might never again.
How many heads were there?
So many. The last count, there were approximately 10,000 heads for 10,000 headless men, all of which could be endlessly recombined.
How many combinations could you make out of that?
Do you really want to know? There seems to be a calculation here, but it may take a while.
Yeah, how bad could it be? Oh. Oh, Lord. Keep going.
The lieutenant taps his foot impatiently, his arms folded tight against his chest.
Oh, Kim is done with
He's
this
dying
shit.
for a cigarette. Come to think of it, you are too. What if you broke the radio computer? What if it's never going to stop?
Just let it wash all over you. Oh, oh.
And that's it.
Well, yeah, that seems rather unfinished to me.
Well, yeah, that and the catastrophic data loss.
This must be the anomaly Suna mentioned in the
On
church
the
log.
nature of the data loss, there's ominously little information in the production log. It comes at the very end where things get fuzzy and dark, where tables and numbers seem to vanish into an eerie nothingness before the Egonian investors pulled the plug.
Also, am I seeing this correctly? Pocky and Rocky is coming to Steam. I am very excited for all the people that get to experience Pocky and Rocky. Oh wait, I don't have it on here anymore. The little mascot for the site I'm working on is based on Rocky. Still need to get the Switch game though.
What is clear is that one day an unidentified numeric anomaly occurred on the East Insulindian Lintel front, just as the World Untethered project was being compiled that day.
Ooh. And the anomaly caused all the data to get lost in the air?
When the project was returned, it was completely blank. The team spent weeks on the phone with Lintel, the service provider, but despite their diagnostics, they could never produce a satisfactory explanation or pay for the loss.
Was there a copy of the game a backup?
Mysteriously enough, it seems that the off-site copy happened to be on-site when the catastrophic data loss occurred.
I smell corporate sabotage.
It was the lead programmer's responsibility to oversee weekly maintenance of the off-site copy and, well, keep it off-site. An explanatory note from the lead programmer has been attached.
What does it say?
S. Lukanen Kilda, the lead programmer of Fortress Accident. The off-site copy was on-site because there was no off-site anymore. Not for me, not after 8 months of crunch. I didn't have a home anymore, so I started keeping it in the basement in the ice bear refrigerator near where I went to sleep. It was perfectly safe there. The temperature conditions were optimal.
Oh no. Is it because we tripped the wire in the bear?
Her former colleagues would agree with you.
Is there anything else from this lead programmer? Also, this is a huge slap at the whole cyberpunk debacle, I feel.
The production schedule ends with a few random notes that seem to be added sometime later.
The bear fridge was inoperable when we got there, but now we've learned that the backup copy for this
4 months later,
was
I am
stored there.
unknown author. I am the only one left, and it's gotten rather damp here. A few other businesses have gone under too. Slipstream switched to making skis, and the hairdressers just left, cursing Martinez. They're right though. Something's seriously wrong with this place.
There's
Martinez,
nothing.
all of it.
There's nothing wrong with mayonnaise.
Still haven't got an answer from Lintel about what happened. All I could get were the physical coordinates of the error on the East Insulindian front on that day. Since the computation happened on air, I reckoned it had to coincide with an actually existing location. I have compared the coordinates to a map of Revachol West. Turns out it's only 800 meters from here. The address is Saint-Brun 1147. I am going there to look this thing in the eye.
Yeah, it does. It definitely does predate Cyberpunk.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering. The filament slides out of its glowing nest.
All right. And how's it going, Nova Odin? I still need to give Cyberpunk a proper try, but I never
bear's
really
eyes are
feel like I'm in the
still
mood
glowing
for
red.
it. Just take my flashlight everywhere. Maybe they're a little bit more willing to talk now.
Again? I can't believe this shit.
Well, then maybe her? I'm kind of at a loss
dear.
to...
I didn't notice you at first.
I'm kind of lost as to where to go next, so I'm just gonna wander around until I stumble across something.
What wonderful news. Thank you, dear. You've already done so much. But if your investigation happens to take you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Of course, do it. Who knows what mysteries await?
And if
I
you
like
see
a good
him,
mystery.
let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here when or if I get
Oh,
there.
you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
No, you don't have any new winning tactics to get the woman to spill the beans about cryptids.
It's one of those days, huh? It's one of those days. I see how it is, Disco Elysium. I see what you're doing there. And I'm gonna cope with copious copies of Yelm Dollar Man.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular, sword-wielding...
Oh, blood and violence, scantily clad. What does it matter? If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Helm Dalaman.
Rows and rows of Dalamen, maybe 100. Those snow crabs are worse than... Not even close. Man from Helm...
I think I've exhausted... Oh, I might be able to read about cockatoos now, though. Cooking with cryptids.
Shelves full of... Browsing through all the books with all the... Suddenly, a particularly odd title catches your eye. It reads, High-Speed Love, the tragic true love story of Jacob Irv and Alfie Delatraz, by one Cecilia Averbrook. High-Speed Love chronicles the romance between two of the finest tip-top tourney racers in history. One of them is the madcap driver, Jacob Irv. His blonde mane graces the cover. Next to Irv's
Oh, I
life
got you
story,
covered,
you see a
Adrian.
slim
I got you
biography
covered.
of an Occidental rock star called the Anti-Star. He's famous for shooting morphine into one of his eyeballs and
Didn't we already
cocaine into the other.
hear about this?
Next to that, Rivasholian radio personality Guillaume Bevy stands in front of a rundown drug den. He's a permanent fixture on Channel 8, reporting on real-life crime and ruining cops' days.
I really must insist you buy one of the books. Reading them is not for free.
She understands she has erred against the customer and immediately corrects course.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to rush you.
See? I gotcha. I gotcha, Adrian. Don't you worry. I got you covered. Or that. Fabulous.
As you fold your fingers into a fist, you realize you could knock anyone out with one punch. The white ceramic gloves wrap
One
around your digits
punch!
comfortably. Your movements cause tiny little clicks, like dice rolling somewhere far away, as the plates reorient to your motions.
Or be responsible with this. This is just to protect me from harm, not to show off.
The hardened vitreous enamel, at once sleek and light, adds a glow to your cheeks and a spring to your step. Just imagine what a full suit of this stuff could do for you.
Yeah, I want the full suit.
It
Become
may be
Mega
a while
Man.
before you have all the pieces. In the meantime, you should analyze the armor, figure out its vulnerabilities. Remember, this is a highly specialized kinetic redistributor meant to stop bullets. Wear it, observe its properties, see if there's a weakness in the design. For the day you have to fight someone covered in the same material.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I have so many of those. There you go. God, the art of that is so good. Please, for the love of God, somebody make a Disco Elysium art book. And so we can freely browse through high-resolution images of
Shelves filled
the
to
art.
the brim with crime. Crime fiction is a disgrace. An asinine misrepresentation of the physical attributes of the arduous everyday work of actual police officers. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police work, glossing over how long it takes to actually follow up on leads and eliminate dead ends. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardships of year after year coming into contact with people during the worst days of their lives. Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Detective fiction just doesn't tell the truth at all. Now, would you like a list of all the books found on the shelf?
No thanks, I just want to read about birds.
Shelves filled to the brim with crime novels.
Let me read about birds. If I can't read about Helm Dollar Man, let me at least read about
Several
birds.
maps have been attached to a bulletin board hidden inside the alcove. They're held up by small pins. The board has come loose from one corner. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map of Insulinda, a map of Revachol.
I'm sorry, officer. The map of Martinez is the only one available. The other two are not for sale anymore. And besides, you could scarcely afford them. They're quite valuable, though they might not look it. The map of Martinez is 90 cents, though. That old thing? It's an out-of-date map of a tourist location that never was nor came to be. From when some design studio people tried to spruce the place up 4 or 5 years ago. They also renovated the horse statue, set up those coin-operated viewers, and designed the new street lamps.
What happened
They didn't
then?
get that far, for some reason. A shame. The project never got
Steal
going.
it instead.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
Is it something that I can interact with, or is it just a map? Ah, bingo.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North. Finally, coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing. Although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map,
Okay, then... Oh boy. Oh boy, video game. You got this though. Okay, so we got until 9 p.m. After that, we need to meet with the smoking man in apartment 28. So we got some time to kill. Because that's like our next major lead on the Union. At least he knows something that he's not letting on. So that could be a step in the right direction. But we do have a little bit more to the west to explore, because I stumbled across the village and made my home in a shack over there. And then proceeded to go to church. And that was kind of the extent of my interaction with that village.
Rust peels off the bent iron posts of the swing. The wind whistles through the skeleton of the small house behind you. There's desolation everywhere. Yet someone used to live here, laugh here. Thought it was a good idea to build a swing, even.
In this yard? Someone thought they could have a summer house in a bloc obscur, for cheap. It didn't work out. They abandoned it about a decade ago.
What's a block obscure?
A black bloc. A part of the city left unrenovated after the war. Or one that has fallen to gang violence. Or has become inhospitable in some other way.
So this part of the coast is block obscure?
Practically, it's not an official term in any way, but look around. No sewage, broken power lines, crime, drunks. Life is tough in the blocks. It's no place to build a summer house.
You're right, it's no place. Let's go. I really like that the game allows for a lot of room for the Inland Empire to speak. It really flashes out the world around you in such an abstract and fun way. Given with how descriptive Inland Empire is.
It's only a red chair. Just a red chair in an empty shack, with what looked like a dusty bow tie on the shelf. Nothing to see here.
Where are we?
In someone's abandoned shack. On the coast. In Martinez. In Ravachol.
He's afraid you've forgotten suddenly.
What's with the red bow tie?
It's just a piece of clothing you've picked up. You do that, officer. You collect clothes sometimes.
He sounds a little worried. It's an odd habit.
My dude, I am fashionable as fuck.
For that shit? You fucking idiot! Put the horrific necktie back on immediately, or you will miss out on the final showdown! This is your last warning! Put me back on!
Yes, agreed. You should never take your necktie off.
Okay, fair. The necktie makes a convincing argument. Hang on. Hey D-Rap, how's it going? Hell yeah, get that second monitor content going. Very like an Elden Ring so far. I really feel like I'm on the verge of what is supposedly a big discovery, but I am just not getting that next step, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not quite sure where I am supposed to take it from here. Though I will say that if there is a game that you want to get lost in, then Disco Elysium is a fantastic first stop.
Here we go. Nice and easy. No way out, little guys. Not out of this gem.
Oh, it's the cryptozoologist.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Is that the police? Why are the police here?
A crypto-fascist? What? I am sorry, what?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure?
Spent like 100 hours farming every item in it, so I say it's a pretty good game. Hell yeah. Lena sent me, she's been really worried about you and is waiting for you to get back.
Hey, of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn waterlock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the 881.
Yeah, that was me. I broke the water lock with my motor carriage, but it's fixed now. You can go back.
You broke the waterlock with a motor carriage? But there was a billboard in the canal. Not a vehicle. It said Samaran Butter.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we go in.
For all his passion, this man is diligent and patient. You could learn things from him.
Tell me about this phasmid you're looking for.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea, a ghost insect, it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there? And I suspect it may have also developed other specialised techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists, in our present case.
What sort of specialized techniques is the phasmid using to hide itself?
My hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defences that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
You gotta appreciate how Australian this man is.
But I cannot describe how these defences work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen.
A live specimen?
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
How big is this phasmid?
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
why are you so interested in this stickbug? Aren't there more sensational animals out there?
Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
Why are you so interested in this stickbug? Aren't there more sensational animals out there? Typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
Give them credit for.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long,
would be glory itself.
What have you discovered about it so far?
very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Why did you skip second?
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
I know it's real. By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
What would it be like to grasp and hold onto something you think is next to you, or just behind you, like a trace of vapor you exhaled one spring as a child? This is what he's searching for.
Oh,
The spectre.
that is a beautiful descriptor. What makes you think the phasmid is here in
There
Martinez?
was a credible sighting here recently. A pair of teenagers described a creature that matched the Insulindian phasmid to an uncanny degree, despite not knowing what it was themselves. It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Oh, we have a pigeon co-streamer.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
The parthenogenesis.
Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions. Yes, the Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch.
It's really leaning into it.
As a
Just
scientist, I
phasmid.
try my best to remain dispassionate.
He just kind of leans over it and then just drop kicks you in the face with it. Lena seems
I'm
pretty
eager
eager for you to
her,
return.
I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps. My wife understands that just as well as anyone.
Come on, Morel. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't dry out soon.
What is a reed crab? And dare I look it up?
I'm doing this for science.
Science. Didn't know the plasmid was so important to Lena?
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it. A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers.
Really? She sighted the phasmid?
Yes. That's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's
The
her
plot
story
thickens.
to tell, not mine.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
It's very important.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Maybe you could go back to the whirling warm-up, come back and check the traps?
Oh, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on it. I could go for some trap setting.
What if we check the traps
I
for
didn't
you?
expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Chaos is my method, and I am this scion.
Caught the bug, I see.
No, not yet.
It's
That's what
easier
the
to
traps
get
are
caught
for.
up in the search than you'd imagine.
What do we do if there's a phasmid in one of the
Bring
traps?
it to me at once. Just make sure the trap is closed tight.
What if I encounter the phasmid in the
That's
wild?
highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Don't spritz me with pheromones.
It's made of musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you, or at least prevent it from
Lay it
bolting
on me.
beside you. It's quite potent.
Thick.
Will last you about a week.
Why do you actually indult?
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. He dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect
Garland,
you
how's it
to
going?
understand self-financing one's own research.
Pat, will you let a stranger spray reed musk on you?
Bring it to me at once. There are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very neat.
What is happening to the text?
Another we set in lands
Oh no.
to the northeast. It's behind a small
The cryptids
sand
are
dune
taking
there.
over.
On your way to the old radio tower, after the church. The third is set near
Oh,
the
we're back to
canal,
normal.
where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them, you should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
I'm ready.
Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Not on my good clothes, and I don't think I have any of those. So just like dunk it into the wardrobe.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later too. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
I can't believe I am hunting Bigfoot.
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water. You don't have a reason to. Yet. Nothing.
What's this about?
Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy bobbing in the water. Time to go.
What are you talking about, Inland Empire? In all honesty, like I have proof that I have cleaned up. This is the proof you need. Hey, got some real? Oversized superstar sunglasses. Don't mind if I do.
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Look around.
Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. The reeds rustle confidently. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows.
Reach for the
Locusts
trap.
are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging on them.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
You set the apparatus back on the ground, among the reed.
I feel like Kim is slowly starting to lose patience with us. I have frequently changed into new clothes. The manner of acquisition of said clothes is up for debate, but they are new clothes nonetheless.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Correct. The density of the bullet holes is unusual, even in a general average bullet hole frequency in Martinez sense. Grim affairs. Meaning, this is a lot of bullet holes. Looks like fully automatic rifle fire. Something you don't see these days.
Why not?
The manufacturing and sale of automatic rifles was curtailed after the revolution. The destructive power of such tools proved to be too much. We do need to retain some humanity in this world.
The more you close your eyes, the more it's ingrained on your retina.
Unable to piece together the big picture just now. There's a hole in their hypothesis. The scattering of bullet holes looks like one...
Just gonna walk away from this one. It's a walk of shame, but a walk nonetheless. Let's see, is there something else that I can interact with? Ah. Hey, got some pocket money. I'm very okay with this. Finding a lot of pocket money over here. What is that? Oh, this is beautiful. This enhances my logic like no tomorrow. I have gone from small brain to beanie brain. And I wouldn't have it any other way. Okay, so we checked most of the coastline, but we haven't checked this building here. This was a point of interest that I wanted to check at the end of last stream, but didn't get around to it.
And Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitsuragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
This man sounds Dutch.
Nice to meet you.
Hold on. Hypertext?
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks.
Wait. QR code buildings?
Oh yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into worms lately. But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the Coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most interesting landmark in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why?
Do you have any money? What is so fascinating about an empty old building?
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building.
Is it not?
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Look at the building
It looks
looming
old
over you.
and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal carcass. Bushy undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop. Some kind of bird has set up a nest on a broken windowsill.
Wait, what's an R&D department?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
So, like, this is one of the things that I've been struggling the whole time with Disco Elysium, and it's kind of what I meant when I described the setting of Tales from the Loop. Like, it really feels like this is based on a foundation that is more technologically advanced than it lets on, but it adheres to a sort of retro aesthetic. Like, it feels like the technology is further advanced than it should be for the time period that it's set in.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, Research and Technological Development.
The only thing that Harry is familiar with is STD.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve, or should I say they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
What was that ace?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Hang on. Like, tape computers is like the Commodore era stuff, but there was something before the CRT. Yeah, I'm actually looking this up. The original programming language was punch cards, yeah. The sequences were, or the binary sequences were punched in on cards, and then the computer would read those and act according with, like, very basic calculations. Not the first ever monitor lizard. The first ever monitor. 1922 is the first history of display technology. I did not know that the Nixie tube counted as a display. Interesting. The monochrome CRT was originally developed or publicly made available, invented in 1897, or first demonstrated to the public in 1897 and made commercially available in 1922. Then the first, like, upgrade to that would be the color CRT, and that would be 1954. And then they started to work with various things. The LED display is from 1968. Wow. That is actually impressive. But that would put this at a way earlier. But networking, like the way commercial networking, like the way that they're intending with the radio game that they had. Yeah, that would be possible in the 70s. There was a time where I really wanted to make an active scoreboard out of Nixie tubes based on the output of a Neo Geo MVS. The MVS has a specific port that when a game finishes, it takes the high score of that, notes it down in the back office, and then pushes it out. Or in the back end, and then pushes it out back into the game. And you can sort of interrupt that signal and put like a score counter up. I originally wanted to do that with Nixie tubes. A lot older than its like 90s, looking like the 70s in Eastern Europe's. Maybe. Like, I'm guessing that it is largely based on like this Cold War state of being, right? This sort of like post-Cold War way of living.
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer. Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet. Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes. Possibly from this very building, or one of the adjacent ruins. All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
You're saying that Feld Electrical built this boardwalk?
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
What happened to the engineers, the company people?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here. Now, if you were to ask about tape computers...
What did the revolutionaries do with those advanced tape computers?
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases, the most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars. What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created Commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
Oh, Adrian, I'm gonna check that after the stream.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bon Baiser d'Insolente. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree. I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
How do those tape computers work? Did they work like radio computers?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, They were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware. 10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions, and we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Juice joined the team, trying to...
Yoast, not juiced.
He did it. He said, Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world.
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for contemporary art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's
narrow
notion of
speed
memory,
go
so
out
there
in
were some
narrow
parallels.
speed.
That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose...
Wasabi, thank you so much for the 26 months of support. Really freaking appreciate it. Can I get some Kevin Riches in chat, please? Thank you so much. How are you doing?
In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
Even an extension to real cassette tape programs. Imagine waiting 30 minutes to load a single program. Imagine only waiting 30 minutes to load a single program. I remember toying around with the Commodore and with the cassette loader. That thing sounds like a pack of dying birds, by the way, like at all times. But loading that in takes an incredible amount of time.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine
Acid.
would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
A lot of IRL stuff happened in the course of 36 hours, but overall just solemn relief. Hopefully things will calm down a bit. Sounds like a lot. Old man had one of those. Briefly remember it working when I was a kid. Those things are notorious for just randomly breaking down, but we used to have a big collection of like old home computer systems, like the ZX Spectrum. I think we even had like an MSX, which technically counts as a home computer. And also a Commodore with a deck loader. And it was absolutely fascinating to work with one of those.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the
Sakradash, how's it going,
socioeconomic
dude?
causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionary setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The felt playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07.
Also, Sakradash, what do you think of Nina's reveal? I know my big bro had a Commodore 64 as well with those floopy floppy floopy floppies. She needs to reveal more. I mean, good reveal. Fair enough. Hey, Diddly Twitch, how's it going? My parents learned computer programming with punch cards. Oh, man. I mean, I think once you go from punch cards to like any programming language, you at least understand the fundamental workings of computers right up until the binary. Like the ones and zeros. And I've been alright dealing with the aftermath of a piece of broken tech and just kind of being grumpy about it, but other than that, I'm doing pretty good. 95 years old. Still, man, my condolences. 95 is respectable. Goddamn. That is a long amount of years. But yeah, man, hopefully things kind of calm down now. Glad we have modern programming languages these days. Same. Why did the revolutionaries destroy it?
Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. But of course, what else? No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikhail here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Because the whole time I'm shining this bright-ass flashlight in his face. Must be a very comfortable experience. Game? I thought it was the leveling that kept you leveled.
The smell. It's awful and familiar.
Hold on, that is awful.
It doesn't help. You can still smell it.
What is it?
Don't you recognize it? That hideous pungency. That faintly cloying sweetness. Only death smells like that. Something cold wakes in the pit of your stomach. Fear. It is death. It must be.
Well, heads up, Lieutenant. Something's not right here.
Lieutenant has already brought a handkerchief to his nose.
Wait, a second body? Oh. There we go.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled kebab wrapper in the trash bin.
Examine the kebab.
2 empty bottles of Tallulah vodka and a can of black potent porter is all you find.
In all seriousness, though, I hope this dream helps you unwind a little bit.
No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
A tragedy.
He shakes his head with genuine sadness. Whoever tossed it here was a heavy smoker. The brand name reads Red Astra.
Examine the kebab wrapper.
Traces of mayonnaise and ketchup on it, as well as a tomato wedge. The wrapper reads Shish Kebab Revachol. It's hard to concentrate in the smell. The sea air brings some relief.
God damn it, let me investigate the body.
A man lies on the boardwalk, his limbs bent and neck turned at an unnatural angle. Right next to him is an empty bottle of spirits.
Oh.
In his cramped hand, a chewing gum wrapper.
Now I feel bad for bullying the woman.
The smell is not as bad as a 2-week-old corpse, but it's definitely heading there.
Hold on. Lividity is faintly pronounced. Whoever this is has been dead for 2 days. No longer. We need to investigate.
Another dead body. This is your job. Steel yourself.
I'm gonna take his shoes.
Calm now. Carefully. Just another day. Just another dead body. Breathe.
I'm gonna study the man's
He's wearing
clothes.
mud-caked boots, beige trousers,
Son
and
of a
an
bitch.
old brown leather jacket with a bright blue lining. There are traces of kebab sauce on his chest. A cool leather jacket with a bolt of blue. Oh no, this sounds terribly familiar. You find some sunflower seeds and a rain-soaked library card folded into two. His jacket feels sodden and heavy under your hand.
Alright, before we get to this, I do need to grab myself something to drink. So, I'm gonna be right back. I want to check something here. Okay, so that we still have 3 slots left. Okay, so earlier in the playthrough, we bullied a woman into thinking that her husband was missing, and she mentioned specifically that he had a coat on with a blue lining. Because I wanted you to play Bakamitai with the kazoo, and I did.
Good. We should take a look at that library card after this is done.
Study the man himself?
Has fallen through a crack in the boardwalk and hit his head against the metal bench. Coagulated blood covers his black hair. One of his feet is still dangling through the hole. You have to be quite inebriated to fall that bad. Well over a liter of pure ethanol. 3 bottles of wine, or 1.5 of spirits. Or maybe it was just dark. His expression is dull, like the sea behind him. Drops of water shining on his moustache. His eyes, empty and wide, look frightening in their frozen gaze. Height, 170 to 175 centimeters. Curly hair, stout build. Age, approximately 50 to 60 years. He was confused when he died. Confused and alone, most likely. Overcome with the awful surprise of it all.
So he tripped and basically broke his skull.
He was just about to head home. The first step back home proved to be his last. That's what the chewing gum seems to point to as well.
Study the surroundings.
There's some dried blood on the metal bench, right where the corpse's head rests. The floorboards are rotten and slippery wet around the hole. An empty bottle lies nearby. A chewing gum wrapper is clutched in his fist.
Examine a man's head.
A dried chunk of blood covers the hair at the back of his head. An open wound. It's sticky and cold to your touch. This is where he came out of himself, drop by drop, when he was unconscious. It took 3, maybe 4 minutes.
I don't see any other major wounds, do you?
No, just the one at the back of the head.
The wound was fatal. It's exactly the shape of the bench.
Step on the floorboards.
They screech under your feet ominously. It's hard to say whether the dead man's weight was the cause of the boardwalk to break. It definitely looks fragile. You see waves churning below. Something cracks beneath your feet. A .75 liter Tallulah vodka with its cap missing. There's hardly
So this has
anything
likely
left
just
inside.
been an accident.
It's mid-market spirits with a slight touch of menthol. The man meant to enjoy himself, have a good time.
Tear all around us. I'd prefer if you didn't collect them this time. It's not proper.
True. It feels disrespectful. Rubowski spearmint chewing gum. Green leaves on the cover. The man's mouth is half agape from the terror of the fall. The blackness of death. Stench. You think you see white chewing gum too.
He ate the whole pack, right? It's to cover the smell of alcohol before going home. The worst thing is, I've seen it before. Almost the same scenario. Even the chewing gum. It's always the same.
In a ditch off a road below the 881, he thinks. A young father. Then he shakes his head to make the memory stop. The entire boardwalk creaks in the wind as you take a step back.
Who is this man?
Looks like one of the locals. He'd have to know this spot to come here. You don't just walk over here. But that's just a lazy assumption. What do you think?
A dead working-class man with a bottle in his hand? Don't deceive yourself. You know who this is.
We know who this is. It's the working class woman's missing husband, dead on the boardwalk.
The woman you met at the book stand? Why do you think it's her husband?
The leather jacket.
The bright blue lining? Well, he's definitely someone's husband. Looks like one of the locals. But that's
a dead work.
The woman you met at the book stand.
Does he would?
Why do you? I can't see a book. So he took the book to the library, then came back and thought, I'll have one.
I'll have one drink before I get home. Just one drink. I have my cool jacket on. I took the book to the library. I've earned it. The view from the lookout is beautiful.
Damn it. He's definitely someone's husband.
What do you think happened
Death
here?
by misadventure. He slipped and fell through the boardwalk. A truly unfortunate accident. If it wouldn't have been for that bench, he'd be alive. No, I don't see anything that points in that direction. For now, let's treat this case as a simple, albeit sad, accident, unrelated to the murder case.
Agreed. If this somehow converges later, why not? But keep it simple for now.
What about the kebab?
What about it? The deceased ate some kebab. It's probably from a nearby place, maybe in the parks.
Sometimes a kebab is just a kebab.
This is a important line of reasoning.
They'll seal this place off after the news reaches the coalition officials. I doubt that they have enough resources to actually repair the boardwalk. Not that sealing it off would keep anyone away. All it does is keep the city council's hands clean. It does seem to be a pretty straightforward misadventure, although there's still a question of identifying the body.
What should we do with him?
From where I stand, I can see two options. We either take the case and follow the leads to identify the body on our own, or we report back to the station and leave this for our colleagues to handle.
Hold on, what about a field
The field
autopsy?
autopsy isn't necessary if the cause of death doesn't appear to be criminal, and this looks like a simple accident to me.
Just a quick second.
I'd say we
Alrighty.
should just write down head trauma in the autopsy report and leave it at that. It would save us at least 2 hours of unnecessary work.
But isn't that kind of sloppy?
Maybe, but we don't really have much time or resources to spare. The guys at processing will take care of the rest.
We found him, we should take this.
Alright, we should first examine the library card you found. Then we can call the station from my kinema. Let them know we are taking the case.
Let's see. Interact with a library card.
The library card is folded into two and still slightly wet to the touch. The front side reads, Central Jamrock Public Library Card, issued to Billy Mejean, expires July 53. Billy is a unisex name. Could be the deceased or his family member.
Look inside.
Whoever owns this card is an avid reader. You find a list of books written in blue pencil. Radio thriller. Stand a little less between me and the sun. The last one in the list is The Glinting Curve by M. Theobald. A library stamp indicates that the book has been returned. Most of these titles seem to be in the sci-fi genre. Some thrillers too. If lost, please return the card to the library. Dial 005 02 55 211 or visit us at Moreau Street, 78, Jamrock. Business hours 900 to 1800.
I haven't had kebab in a while.
Good. We should give them a call from my kinema. See if we can learn anything about Billy Mejean.
Kingdom of Conscience.
Oh. Oh, look at that art.
The Kingdom of Conscience will be exactly as it is now. Moralists don't really have beliefs. Sometimes they stumble on one, like on a child's toy left on the carpet. The toy must be put away immediately, and the child reprimanded. Centrism isn't change, not even incremental change. It is control over yourself and the world. Exercise it. Look up at the sky, at the dark shapes of the coalition airships hanging there. Ask yourself, is there something sinister in moralism? And then answer, no. God is in his heaven. Everything is normal on Earth.
Oh. Okay, I have a question that you can answer, chat. If I remove a thought from the thought cabinet, does that remove the bonus that I get from the solution? Because it says forget. Okay. But it does seem like this goes on for a while. There's also a plus sign over there, so who knows? Reminds me so much of the works of Hieronymus Bosch, but distinctly more horror oriented. You'll lose the bonuses, but skill points aren't weighted. Wait, but it says, like, spend skill point to forget. Or am I just not reading it correctly? Oh, the increases. Okay, gotcha. There was one that I wanted to boost to see if I could get to... Oh yeah, that much I feared, but I was wondering if, like, the boost would be permanent or if there is a sort of build. So it might be worth it to invest in a skill that you want to max out by getting the thoughts in, then swapping them out. Basically. Also, I can't believe we're gonna become a mosquito.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers,
on
a
Monday.
radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
I need to report a dead body on the Martinez boardwalk.
One moment. Can you please describe the body? Age, sex, cause of death?
An unidentified middle-aged man, height 170 to 175 centimeters, dark hair, medium build. Looks like he fell through a hole in the boardwalk and hit his head against a metal bench.
We suspect he might have been inebriated when he fell. There were bottles all around him, and traces of vomit on his shirt.
Any signs of violence?
No, it seems like it was an accident.
No autopsy necessary.
You can hear her quickly typing in the background.
What about his belongings? Did you examine his clothes?
He was wearing boots, trousers, and a old leather jacket with a bright blue lining. I found a library card from his
Any
pockets.
information on the library card?
It's from Central Jamrock Public Library. It belongs to someone named Billy Majan.
Good. You have a lead.
Reminds me so much of Pleasant. And it makes me want to play Gravity Rush.
Do you
Damn
and
it.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi want to take the case, or should I assign it to someone else?
Oh. Billy Majan is now my lawyer.
I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi. Please follow up on this library lead to identify the man. We'll send someone to take the body to the morgue.
Oh, that is smart. I don't know if this was a conscious decision, but if you manage to somehow not identify yourself throughout this whole process and not find your badge and such, you don't have a confirmation of your own name. So the game has to kind of circumvent that in ways to make it seem like it is a natural progression of dialogue, but not assign you a name. So here you can see, like, I have assigned the case to Lieutenant Kim Kitsuragi, but you're the one calling it in, so that wouldn't make sense. But since you have the option to not know your name at this point, that's really clever.
That's all for now. Thank you for reporting in. Is there anything else I can do for you?
Connect me to Jamrock Public Library.
It says here that the library...
We should try again during business hours.
Anything else, Detective? 57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set.
Let's close the door. That was a thought that I could participate in.
The surrounding blaze of the electric lights makes the white on blue police livery of the motor carriage seem beautifully ominous.
Wait, why am I even thinking about this? Wasn't I supposed to?
Something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment to admire this piece of machinery. Even at a standstill, the unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a more aggressive, hunched look. Someone has waxed it recently.
That machine really puts the loco back in locomotion. Very cool.
You want to take a closer look?
What's it packing there?
130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
That's what, a 7-liter V12?
7.2. Supercharged.
Saying these words brings him immense joy.
A fine machine.
Yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down. It's a bit girly right now. Fit it with some proper off-road components.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
Dropped a ride, 200 mil.
No, that's porno tuning.
Use bigger words.
Gargantuan roof mounted.
Porno. That's short for pornography. That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though.
My man's focused on the 18+ side of the conversation. I don't know why Kim brought up porn for large words. Where's the lady? Excuse me, lady. I found you. Where the lady at? Oh, she might be gone.
Oh, hello, dear. There you are again.
I ran into your husband on the coast.
Goodness, how is he? Did he say why he hasn't returned yet?
He's fine, ma'am. As we had suspected, he couldn't get back earlier because the water lock on the canal was broken. Now he's just finishing up some work.
Oh, yes. That's my Morel. He's bound to catch a cold staying out there for so long. But I am so relieved to hear that he's okay. Thank you for putting an old woman's heart at ease, if even a little.
You haven't, however. There are dangers out there. Our aging body's foul. Her heart won't rest until Morel is safely back with her.
Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work.
Hey, Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you studied. Could you just tell me about a couple of them?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One.
Yeah,
This
okay,
won't
Kim,
turn
just
into some
one
kind
little
of
cryptid, promise.
extravaganza.
He nods. And cryptids. Let's hear about all the interesting cryptids.
Let's talk about big things, because Kim seems to be in that.
That would be the giant of Kokonur. The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
What do you mean, strange light?
Mirage or a psychogenous luminance.
How big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Hui. No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support.
What do you mean planet can support?
There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Great. This is great shit. You need more.
I promised one.
Of course, dear.
I promised one to Kim, and I intend to keep that promise. Just take his bottle.
Can I help you?
I found a new bird.
What is this thing?
It's no biggie. I just thought it would look nice on the wall. I'm that kind of cop.
What, the interior decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess? So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts. Especially taxidermy. He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
I feel good about our work here today. It's all about the little things, like bringing people random stuffed animals.
Then I found a life-size statue of Rocket with baby Groot on his shoulder. Show me. I don't care. Show me. I need to see this. Okay, so I wanted to check something with these dudes, because there is a check that I have been sort of... since I need to expand a little bit upon this, I need to figure out what
It's you again.
What is the check is? It was 28% last time, I think. But I think I can get this up. Also, breakfast sampler, how's it going? Rhetoric, that's the one. I'm gonna see how high I can get that. Rhetoric. Pretty high by the looks of it. Okay, so after 9 I can... But I had to do something at around that time. Inspect the traps, off figurines, smoke on the balcony. There you go. After 9 p.m. Okay, so we can actually go to that place now. This game is a lot larger than I thought it would be. Just in sheer scope. You know, I'm gonna be that guy here for $6,000. I expected that to look better. Like more detailed and more, I don't know, painted, I guess. Like for half that, you get the Nier Automata one. I expect actual fur. Oh no.
Give me a moment.
Instead of buying a statue, it's an actual taxidermied animal.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11.
Examine the
It's a solid
padlock.
lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it. Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Okay, so let's actually equip. This might be my favorite theme in the game so far. It reminds me a lot of Silent Hill.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on... What are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's really not working.
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, Detective.
He's just trying to help. Don't take it bad. Relax.
Perhaps you should give it another go.
Let's try it again.
The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor with a little thud. It should be possible to enter now.
Just why stop at like animatronic, taxidermied animatronic? I'm actually kind of curious about something. Let's see if they still have it. Oh, hey, the pop-up parade figurines for Bravely Default are up. They actually do. They still have part of the master grade. That is mental. Good lord.
After you, Detective.
I am not sure what I'm getting into here. Feels like this room was sealed off for a reason.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Marzov.
The White Star, The photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. He was definitely controversial. The tenant here seems to like him. There aren't many communists around, not after the revolution. Some youth still keep the ideology going, it seems.
I couldn't build a big enough communism for this. What is this? Is that a bullet? Oh, snazzy.
These are some wonderfully regular pants. Not too tight, not too loose, moderate in every sense. You'll blend right in at some pleasant dinner party.
I like regular, normal things.
I know you do. These Inter-Isolari pants are like wearing a perfect compromise in your nether regions. No one will call the moral intern on you like this, that's for sure. You're a little more moralist now, buddy. A little more normal, even if you didn't want to be.
Why did I get that? Okay, so there's 30 minutes to pass. We managed to get this door open, but what about this one?
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
What?
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
I disagree, but I'll listen to you.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Is there something else that I still need to figure out here? I can, if the store is still open, I can drop off the bottles, get a few cents. And considering I don't have to pay rent anymore, I can just basically start spending the money now. Basically that phase in Shamu 2 where you start to live at a temple for a while. Like up until that point you have to pay the bills. Let's see. Okay, so at some point I might just show the picture of the tattoo thingy to the guy just to see what happens.
The tear machines, your bottles clunk.
But the main problem is that I do want to have some sort of guarantee that allows me to at least back up a little if need be. Wait. Considering we found a dead body, could we maybe talk to the police officers now and actually get some normal conversations going? Let's see. Actually, really curious about this. Probably
Again?
not, but
I can't believe this shit.
Yes? What is it?
And now I just have to wait until Kim leaves, which is after 9. You can call it a day, right? This should open up a few possibilities. I need a game about the Emu War. I still can't believe that's an actual thing, that Australia went to war against a bunch of birds and lost. Incredible.
The spread pattern of these bullet holes makes your chest ache. Your breath grows heavier.
Examine closer.
You peer into the faded marks in the stone. They peer back like an endless row of tiny black holes. Sweat starts trickling down your brow.
This is bad mojo, man! Fucking horrible mojo! The end draws near!
Your chest feels tight looking at them. It's closing in, caving in, ever tighter. Your breathing grows even heavier.
You okay there?
Wait, did we do that?
You were looking pale there for a second. What are you looking at?
These bullet holes look like the bullet holes we saw before.
Bullet holes generally look the same, so probably. But you're right. More old bullet holes from the revolution.
Man, how many people got shot during the revolution?
Plenty.
I do wonder how a playthrough of this game looks like when you barely have any points in Inland Empire. Because I do feel like Inland Empire is one of those things that is now kind of predominantly at the forefront. Just purely due to the fact that it's our leading skill. But it's also driving a lot of the narrative. And I'm actually kind of curious to see if there is going to be a difference between the playthroughs if you, for instance, make a strength run, and how much of a difference does it make in how you approach the investigation as a whole. I want to see how fucked my rolls are gonna be. Not as much as mine, I can tell you that much. I put points in it on first playthrough because it had the same name as a David Lynch film. Wait, David Lynch made a film called Inland Empire? Why am I not aware of this? Why am I not aware of this? Okay, so primarily I want to make sure that Kim goes to bed after this conversation. And this is... these two are connected. So I need to get more information from Klasha over about Titus. See, that's the problem with having Dutch names in here. It makes my brain go Dutch. Oh, wow. Oh, that is really cool. I took him in real nice so he can dream about large things.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Why? It's a wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by?
I feel like Kim is becoming increasingly more impatient as the game progresses. Like, the further you get into the story, the snappier his responses are going to be. Like, at first he is on board with the eccentricity, but like now the facade is slowly fading away.
Good. What can I...
So who knows? Might snap, shoot us in the head. Okay, so tomorrow is going to be church time. And Kim, that something may or may not happen every time Harry does something like that. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's definitely a... Okay, this is going to be the only time that I'm going to make a safety save. Because I don't know what's going to happen now.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you!
Are you a mercenary hired by Wildpines?
Hell no. I'm just an honest scab. I won't have talk like that around here. You understand?
His neck muscles tense up. The veins on his neck bulge.
Is there a tribunal being convened by any chance?
How about you fuck off now, huh?
Okay, of course.
There could be weapons aiming at us right now. Somewhere above, in the buildings. The man's breathing steadies, but his eyes are still narrow. Slowly, he's trying to get his right-to-work dance back on.
I think you may be able to help me decipher some tattoos.
Don't think so.
Suddenly, this feels like a really, really bad idea.
Was on your colonel. We're investigating a murder. These tattoos were on the,
Silence. He takes the photo. Grey eyes dart back and forth on the glossy surface.
I've been wanting to postpone this, but I'm way too curious.
You see dead flesh in colorful rivers of polychrome, melting skin.
Way too curious for my own good.
Fucking loincloths. Really did him in.
Loincloths?
Yeah.
You tell me what the tattoos mean?
I can tell you what this one means. Only one. You want to hear what happened here?
Yes.
Our colonel is deep in the bush here. Deep in the fucking bush. In Benital, 41. Monsoon season. He's on a reconnaissance mission. He spent a month behind enemy lines, scouting kipped villages. Nothing but fucking bugs and snakes for fun. Men are getting restless. There's talk of switching employers.
With some strange emotion. This is about to get really graphic.
Our boy, he's only a captain then, but he knows how these men think. If they don't see action soon...
For some reason, this feels incredibly tense.
At dawn, he comes upon two kids, breeding in the bushes by the river. Or maybe they weren't breeding. Maybe they were just making eyes at each other. I like to think they were breeding. We shot the boy. He was useless, but the girl, she was nice. A little fat, you know. But not too old. She was quite the entertainment for the week she lasted. Expired in the hands of Sarge Mason. The kind of guy who'd make Chief there shit his pants and cry like a bitch. God. Mason couldn't let go. Cut the tits off her cold body and fucking ate them. Said primitive spirits.
Yeah, okay, these dudes are a little unhinged. And that's saying something, because we have the race supremacist up top.
Drowned in a creek a week later. Spirits my ass.
Something stirs in your stomach. The story must have stirred up some conflicting emotions. The man looks tired for a second.
Yeah, a little.
There's a word on the tip of your tongue. Colorless. Odorless. It's...
You bet it was.
You were there?
No. I was in the domain. In Jamrock. Being a bouncer.
The bouncer?
Fucking mask is getting sweaty. I want to take my mask off. The bouncer!
Exactly.
He's under orders. And orders are orders.
Go ahead. All right now. Free commerce! Keep the goods flowing!
Ooh. Okay, done. Do. It's like the game did a fantastic job of building that up as an incredibly tense choice to make. Like, that could really go all directions. Let's see. Does Kim have anything different to say? Not yet. But now we need to know who the third one is. New option with you?
Looking for something odd?
Maybe with Tommy?
Still here. Stuck in this damn jam, my man. What's up?
Oh. I can't level it up. I can't drop sick beats. This is an unfortunate situation. A slight predicament that I have found myself in. Let's see. Volatile. That's the word I was looking for. The conversation with the mercenary dude felt incredibly volatile. This theme, though, it's so good.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns.
I really freaking like this theme. I wonder what happens to your room if you vacate it, if the window gets fixed.
Yes? What do you want to know?
Now that we've inspected the scene, I want to know more about this pissing competition you
What's
mentioned.
there to say? It's just stupidity.
What kind of
The cop
stupidity?
kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
So this is a struggle over who runs
Well,
Martinez.
sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words. I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
What's special about Martinez?
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
A tremble comes over you. Another after effect of ethanol poisoning, perhaps. Feels like leaves do when they rustle in the breeze, somewhere far away, below the turbine. The 41st and the 57th. The lieutenant was right. It's not about who gets what's north. It's about who doesn't.
I wonder what it says about me that I was sent by my station? An augury, an apocalyptic omen sent by my people. Can you guess the message?
The silence carries.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter. Forget I ever mentioned it.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
Why did the 41st send me?
Because you're the best qualified. No, that doesn't seem right. You look dumb if you keep the lieutenant waiting for too long.
I was wondering where the pissing competition would come into play, but apparently we're making good headway in our checklist here. At least something. We've done so much shit in this game already. Look at that. That is insane.
Yes?
Is there a way to passively pass the time, or is it only passing in conversation? Because I'm noticing that the clock rarely moves forward when I'm just moving about. Hmm, 72%, 53%. Let's read about the Dollar Man.
The man from Heomdal stares out at you from the cover. His face fixed.
Hey, Angel Rain, how's it going?
You know the story by heart at this point. Nothing new or remarkable catches your eye. You know the story by... The back blurb reads, his latest adventure serves as the perfect introduction to the savage Heomdal saga. Meet man from Heomdal, his faithful blood brother, Tyribald, the noble Lord Hrothgar, and some of their most fearsome foes yet, for the Northlands, for Heomdal.
Let's say Yelmdal one more time.
Below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical, adapted from Man from Eelndal and the Necromancer's Treasure. Man from Eelndal, Lord of Hrothgar, and Man from Eelndal, the Curse of Nacht Hera.
Hey, Sonico, how's it going?
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together. Just relax. The two sides of the board are slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off the slides. All you need to do is bend the plastic on your knee. Slowly. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know.
Slide the
Without
drawer open.
resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
What's inside?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard.
Pick up the ticket stub.
2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings.
What?
The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there, too. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue.
Smell it first.
Smells of chewing gum. Apricot flavor, a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
But it will make me happy.
A merciful wind blows in from the bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it.
Let go.
What was that?
Frisson covers your entire body. A feeling of cold, a persistent chill.
Hold on to it.
Your
Read the card.
hands shake, holding on to it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest, down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always, always, always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's nothing.
What's going on?
Detective, is everything all right?
Fall sideways. What?
There is nothing. Again.
Nothing?
Nothing said, brother. No treachery, just blackout.
And just lie there passed out?
Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you. That's still there.
Hey, Super Duck, how's it going?
On, fluttering somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Well, on to Mr. Mosquito. Who's
That's
that?
me. Blue eyes, that's me.
And who's that?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion. Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy. Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow.
Hey, Kanto, how's it going?
Because it's always there.
Tell him.
Ah, yes. In the olfactory system, they call it the apricot chewing gum scented one. It's unhealthy of them to linger on it so. But as they say, what do you do?
Smelled so nice.
It didn't smell nice. It smelled like betrayal.
Was that the X something? Where is Voyager
There is
Road?
no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
So my name appears to be Harry?
Your name is fuck all.
It certainly ain't Harry.
Now what is it?
Your name is passed out on the ground, dragged around by one of the other evil apes. They're taking you somewhere.
Was that the X-something?
Bloated corpse of the past resurfacing.
No, it was beautiful.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape. Its lack of beauty was not the problem.
Hey, for freeze, how's it going? Enough. Just lie there, motionless.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
What is that? It's cold.
Yes, they're pouring something on you. It's in you. And
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Where am I?
The upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket.
Oh, you got me good, game. I thought I hit a dead end there.
Oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself, as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
Came in contact with the burnout ruins of the past.
That does sometimes happen. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's solve this case.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses. Find it under the Tools tab in your inventory.
That was incredible.
Some kind of
holy shit.
They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
Kim does have the patience of a saint. Price of self-delusion, visual calculus raised to 6, suggestion, electrochemistry, and composure. I got it. Ooh, that scared me though. I thought I hit one of the, like, a game over spot. Just imagine if that's like the first thing you actually do in this game. Once you find the ledger. Imagine hitting a game over because you choose to smell a gum wrapper. Not the gun wrapper. It's the mistakes we made in the past that kills you. Is he still there? Yeah, nice.
Gendarmerie, you found me.
His slender figure is backlit by city lights, its distant streets and motorways flashing like diamonds. It feels like a Friday. He seems to be in a good mood tonight.
It is a Wednesday, though, meaning it's almost Friday.
And his shirt is still unbuttoned.
We got your hint, found the key right under that stone.
Beautiful. So tell me, are you here to make things right again? Beautiful. I have some good news for you. My Sunday friend is visiting me tonight. I told him about you and he'd like to say hello. Step in. He's already waiting.
Is it Friday tonight? It feels like
it
a Friday.
It does feel like the end of the week. It's so magical. The white falling against the black.
Why would I want to meet your friend?
Trust me. You do.
Very well, I'll talk to him, but first I want to talk to you. I have so many questions.
Nice, but I don't have anything to tell you. It's my friend you're looking for, not me.
He takes another drag of his unfiltered cigarette and looks around.
And sort of almost Sunday. I'll do be like that.
The neighboring windows have lit up. One. Downstairs, a cat crosses the yard, disappearing into the bush.
Besides, I've got to run.
He's going to leave you alone again. That's sad.
To the city. It's a beautiful night.
A man on high heels stumbles out of a basement club, music blasting over the entire district. It's chilly, and as the chemicals hit his nervous system, 1,000 shivers ripple through his body.
Only if you promise that we'll talk again. It's
Something
important.
flutters in the corner of the lieutenant's mouth as you're saying those words.
We'll talk. Just not tonight. Take care, all right?
Nice.
And he's gone again. Looks like it's becoming a theme for him.
Who knows, detective? It's a mystery. Different, of course.
Something so mysterious.
Something so mysterious about the way he talks. Very. Come on, detective, let's go. We've got a potential witness to interview. His Sunday friend.
Hey, what am I looking at? I shaved.
Officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia.
You shouldn't be seeing him in an intimate setting. For some reason you feel this man is your superior. Superior, but he's not in the command chain.
My name is Charles Vildrouin, and I am an official with the coalition government. I work for the Institute of Price Stabilité on assignment from Sur-la-Clé. I heard you talking to my friend outside. Very good. Super. I am here to assist you in any way possible. Ask me about the hanging.
No, first ask an innocuous personal question to get the interview off on the right foot. Yes, make it clear you're the one setting the terms here. Yeah, let's fuck with him. Who does he think he is? Assisting you?
Oh yes, my friend has a great eye for these things. He refuses to tell me where it came from. It's a mystery. I believe they call this type of frame industrial. It's very comfy. That's really all I can tell you about it.
That didn't work at all. What was that? You were supposed to fuck with him, not compliment the decor. The lieutenant takes out his notebook and nods to you to proceed.
You actually witnessed
I'm sorry
the
to
lynching?
say I did, officer.
Start from the
Officer,
beginning
it's
of your
very difficult to
mind.
describe what I saw that night. It was so surreal to me, like in a play.
What do you mean, like in a play?
It was just so strange. I could barely comprehend what was happening. I was on the balcony when it happened, getting some fresh air. I remember that first they came in, carrying what looked like a body. And then I saw all the surrounding windows go dead, one by one. That's when I understood. I should not be seeing this.
Sounds like the victim was unconscious, or at least incapacitated. Interesting.
Who were they? Can you describe
I couldn't
them?
see their faces well, and there were quite a few of them. But they were very loud and very Martinez. Let's just say that the laboring classes can get rather expressive with their profanities.
Okay, so he couldn't make out the faces, but sounds like the Hardy Boys.
I couldn't tell you exactly. Less than 10. Maybe 8?
The lieutenant sends you a sharp look at the mention of that number.
Any of them huge, like 200
That's a giant you're
kilograms?
describing. No, they were all quite human, as far as I could tell. Drummers? Why, no. But then, I don't know what a drummer is supposed to look like.
Percussive.
I think we can drop the drummer angle. That was my bad.
I went back inside.
Yes, back inside. Keep yourself safe from the killing.
Were you able to see anything from inside?
Officer, the yard was pitch black. There was nothing to see, but I could still hear their voices. They were threatening to kill that poor man.
Were they men,
All
women?
men, I presume. But again, I couldn't see very clearly.
But we are fairly certain the lady driver was present.
It's possible, officer, but I cannot say with certainty. It was very dark, you must remember. I believe they were mostly white, though I believe I saw 2 Areopagites among them. And I am quite certain that one spoke with a Mesk accent. Well, that's the strangest part, officer. Nothing happened. It was oddly quiet for a public lynching.
What do you mean nothing happened? They lynched a guy.
Eventually, their shouts died down, and that was all. There were no gunshots, no celebratory shouts, no anything.
Okay, so it did happen off-site.
You're right, of course. That is what one is supposed to do in such circumstances. I was simply in shock. I'm afraid I don't have anything else to add.
About what time was all this happening, approximately?
All I can say is that it was late.
So let me get this straight. You didn't actually witness the hanging itself,
No,
did you?
I didn't see the corpse until the following day.
Thank you for your time.
Anything I can do to assist the RCM.
What's an official like you doing in
The
Martinez?
coalition is only looking out for the price stability. Inflation is a killer, like a heart disease blocking the normal circulation of the economy. It must be controlled. The economy impacts the entire international community, which is why it requires international oversight.
But what are you doing here in this apartment?
Well, I'm renovating it. It is an interesting project. The building used to be a 12-story skyscraper before the cannons took the top 4 stories off. This, of course, happened when the coalition forces landed here. You could say I'm undoing some of the material damage the international community caused when we arrived here.
And so you're some kind of bureaucrat.
As I said before, I am a commissioner from Sur-la-Clé working for the Institute of Price Stabilité. This is one of the main projects of the Moral Inter.
No, I think the man wasn't alive to begin with. Like, he got shot somewhere else, and they were basically told to make it a display so that the public would assume that union law killed that man as an example.
La communauté internationale is what Revacholians colloquially call the coalition. In other words, the nations that stopped the disaster of the revolution. Your employer, technically speaking, the governing authority of Revachol. The RCM is but one part of this provisional administration. It is the most important thing.
It doesn't
the
tell me
central goal
anything.
of any sound monetary policy. Maintaining the price stability is essential to maintaining high levels of economic activity, which is essential for maintaining high levels of employment. which is essential for maintaining the social stability.
Basically, it makes sure the price of bread doesn't change.
Précisément. Too much inflation, bread becomes too expensive. Too much deflation, it becomes too cheap for bakers to produce.
Wait, hang on just a second. I think I'm starting to get bounced in and out of chat. Can somebody say hello in chat real quick? Hello. Okay. I can see chat. Hey, Sour Cygnus, how's it going?
That's why the Institute of Price Stability works to keep inflation just below 2%.
And also, please do go follow up Martian Dude. Great musician and always a chill time to hang out there.
But not too far below, no. Too below is also... The Coalition believes in the importance of informing the public about the benefits of the price stability. Transparency is one of our principles. Would you like an informational pamphlet? A
No, I'm
sound
good.
monetary policy is essential for addressing uncertainty. Stability is the raison d'être of the moral intern. It's the reason why I identify as a moralist. But oh, I don't have my leaflets on me today. That's too bad. You can always call our information line. Making information available is part of the moral intern's commitment to transparency. It's the international organization for moralists, hence Moralist International. The Institute of Price Stability is just one of its many mind babies, as is the Coalition.
Doing one's job doesn't automatically make one anyone's bitch. Besides, there are more nefarious powers to work for than the moral intern.
But of course. Well, do you value freedom? Do you believe in a normal, stable world governed by democratic values?
Me? I'm a lieutenant of the RCM, dedicated to maintaining law and order in Ravachol.
A very moralist answer.
The lieutenant is practiced in the art of putting on a show for one's superiors.
Martinez? No. Martinez is something else.
What about the rest of Revachol? Is it part of the normal
Revachol
world?
is generally difficult. It's led by an interim government, which means it hasn't yet achieved full democracy. But they are working towards it. You're all doing very well.
I really feel like this man is just talking.
Is this option D usually the most reasonable answer? Not
Usually
boring,
the most boring one.
responsible. Moralism is all about compromise and achieving the achievable. It's pragmatic, realistic, and level-headed, an ideology for doers. Are you a doer, my friend? Now, enough of this delightful political interlude. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Whatever you wish, officer. Ah, my friend. My friend is a good young man. His family immigrated here from Kedra, and life has not been easy for him. But he understands the importance of education. He has taken his future into his own hands, and that's all that matters.
What's Kedra?
Kedra is a candidate member of APIS. But, between you and me, their potential membership is a more contentious issue.
What do you mean?
That it's never going to happen. They entered negotiations in 21, and it's been pending ever since.
Doesn't tell me anything about Kedra itself. Is it warm there, cold, somewhere
It's
in
warm.
between?
It's also known for its mandarin trees and dust storms from Supramundi. Kedra's an emerging market, but it still has a long way to go. Maybe that's why my friend's menage decided to emigrate. How did any of us become friends? Bad things happening on the Insulindian Isola? Oil platforms ablaze in the night? Civil wars lasting for years? Finally, the international community is forced to step in.
What are you talking about? Nobody becomes friends that way.
It's how millions of people end up where they are.
You still haven't told me who he
Sorry.
is.
Who?
Your friend, the smoker on the balcony. We were just talking
But
to
I
him.
told you, officer. He's a bright young man here to pursue his education. Education is the foundation of our future.
But what is his
especially,
real name?
Officer, you have to understand. I can't give you his personal information. I'm sure you have your own methods and databases, right?
All you can
Please
tell
don't put
me
me in
about him is that he's here to study
He's
the
deeply
arts.
enmeshed in the study of the fine arts, yes.
Which arts?
He's a truly free spirit. He likes all the arts. Perhaps graphic design, printmaking, who knows? Though I'm all ears, officer. A moment. Do you have everything you need from me? I'm afraid we won't have the chance to speak again once you leave. It's against diplomatic best practices for an official in my position to be discussing murders with local militiamen. And I'm pressed for time. Sure, go ahead. It's a beautiful space. Was there anything else? My friend, I'm just enjoying the view. Listen.
A baby is crying in the neighboring apartment.
No,
And someone's baby is crying.
Listen. The Insulindian Bay.
What about
This
it?
place used to be a luxury accommodation before the revolution. Apartments, of course, were much bigger then. A few walls have been added here and there, leaving some of the tenants without a private bathroom or a kitchen. But the million real view stays. You can't take that away. My friend comes and goes. I'm sure you'll see him around. I'm all ears, officer. Of course.
I think that's everything we need. Just in case, I'm gonna make a save here, because I do want to get to the hotel before Glasha goes to bed. Hey, Spectre, how's it going? Okay, so Kim is now gone. Which means that I can go here.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation. Yeah?
That window is new.
It is.
All
right.
Let's talk about Sunday night.
Yes. The night before I saw you in the hallway and reminded you were a police officer.
It's one of the first things I remember doing in Elysium.
Wow. Elysium. You don't hear that term.
She's a glib girl, but she liked the wording.
Did you hear something Sunday night from my room?
There was the usual ruckus. Loud disco music.
Did I have visitors?
I can't say. Probably not. Sounded like you were flying solo.
You mentioned loud disco music?
Yes. Various artists, ostentatious orchestrations prime among them. were huge where I come from. I was very young then, of course, like 7. Life gets hard, but we go on. I don't know about that. At around 2 o'clock, the disco stopped and there was a change of pace.
What happened?
A slow, sad song started playing, like organ music on repeat. That went on for quite a while.
Was I singing?
That it doesn't matter anymore and that we're alone now. It was difficult to tell. The song itself was very quiet and soft, but you sounded like a wounded boar, sir. It was hard to understand what you were singing on top of it.
Then what
Then
happened?
you started screaming and trashed the place. No, it didn't sound like there was a fight. It sounded like someone was trashing their room. A window was smashed, the tape player probably, the song stopped. And furniture too. A real destructathon. There was screaming. Then I think you passed out.
Was there anything else?
I think you screamed that you didn't want to be this type of animal anymore. I may have misheard, but it was sort of memorable. I went out afterwards. Everything was quiet by then. Around 4 or 5. And that was it.
Thank you.
No problem, sir.
There is a slip.
Oh, I'm guessing your partner should be...
She looks back. Time moves slowly. The triangles of her face rearranging into a weary smile. Don't worry. We will protect you from her beauty. We will consult you through the reefs and sounds of her persona. You are advised. There are muscles on long white bones that line her limbs, just below the silver jumpsuit. Nothing, just time passing. Don't worry. You are not a fool. Anything out of the ordinary and you would be notified. Air moves in your windpipe. Your heart beats. You're a detective. Get back to detecting.
Am I being beguiled?
She presses her elbows against her waist and slowly turns her head. Her hair brushes her shoulders, making a small hissing sound, almost imperceptible. The strange moment ends. It was brief, no longer than 2.2 seconds.
Sure. Something stupid.
What's that?
Lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university. Fear of failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are. Only the name of the nation changes.
If that's true, then Revacholian Lit would fit you like a glove.
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
How do you make money then? Money is very important. Show her some money.
Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese Lit.
Being
Many
what?
things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
It's the world's most tired smile.
Imagine the voices in your head saying you're okay, there's nothing wrong, but the one that's supposed to make the most sense is saying, and that sums up this
Miss
game.
Oranje, now there is something you should linger on. All things considered, very. Now linger.
It's a beauty pageant, held in the year of our century 37, in Oranje.
She was 14 at the time.
It's a competition for stupid girls. Men look at them and choose the most beautiful. When you have the fewest deviations from the norm, I've been told it's a type of mediocrity that I possess. Yes, and for that I got a crown and a sash and a scepter and a scholarship to study Oranese Lit. I'm afraid you can't, officer. Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
I'm pretty sure I have the legal right to demand your password.
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Clausia Mondu. It's a weird name. Officer, I like this place, but I don't want to be stuck wandering the city like a ghost after being robbed of my travel documents. I don't want to become an indentured servant in a brothel on Boogie Street. And I don't want my relatives to pay the ransom. Okie dokie. The record. So official.
Okay, I think that's all I had. I feel like we need to start questioning the harbor people and get a little bit more out of the Hardy Boys.
Hey.
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
You're already set for the night. Your door is unlocked.
Okay, I'd say let's turn in for tonight, see what tomorrow brings. Might be able to find the password, though. I'm just very excited about the prospect of hearing another dream.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your clean-shaven face, adorned with the expression. You're still not accustomed to it. The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've probably never been.
Locate the source of the expression. Let's do it.
Like the rest of you, it comes from a bad place somewhere in the past. That's all you know for now.
Most people can't save up for tonight once they don't have to. Well, I already paid for the room in the morning. Like, I had enough cash on me to immediately basically do that. So that's why I have the room for tonight.
It's too late.
Damn it.
Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
I do wonder what happens if you,
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours. You've earned it.
I wonder what happens
It's
if you
not
just
easy,
go through the
but
night.
your bones are so tired from what feel like weeks of work on the case. You have to try. After what feels like hours, you feel you might be sleeping.
Thoughts, baby.
Oh, hell yeah. Bless you, reptilian brain. I've missed you.
You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on Faraday.
On and on it goes for untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising, rising, above the dark curvature, the great wingspan of sleep, studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there, The first time. The last time. The smoke in her mouth. The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now.
Hey, Anakin, how's it going? Yeah, the voice acting in this game is fantastic.
You can never forget this shit.
I really love Ancient Reptilian Brain. Don't want to. It's beautiful. Endless visions. Erase them.
All stuck on loop. Whirling, spitting out words and images.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers, collecting your little bubblegum wrappers and idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless keepsakes.
I'm feeling attacked for making Revachol a cleaner place. Recycling is important, Brain.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
Wait, is this dynamic?
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class. For the greater good.
Solving your little crossword puzzles. Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth. There he goes again. He's a real political animal, our Harry. He still doesn't see that it's the world changing around him.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
'Cause only love can break your heart. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
Limbic system went beep, 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 and then the aquarium light shut off.
Do it for the wind. Good. You're up. Listen, there's something that's been bothering you for a few days now. It's a suspicion, or a feeling really, that things are not quite in hand around here. Every day, things seem to spin more and more wildly out of control. The center isn't holding, and despite your efforts to moderate and contain these energies, things only seem to be getting worse.
Let's get right to it. What needs to be done?
You've got to find out who bears la responsabilité. The most awesome, terrible thing. It is human nature to crave la responsabilité and to deny it. That's why it must be distributed across many different organizations, agencies, offices, and portfolios. Harry, you're thinking about this too narrowly. La responsabilité isn't concerned with trivial questions like who killed who. It's about the real issues, the human welfare index, the price of staple goods, the transition to real democracy. Whoa. This isn't some kind of dictatorship. You can't simply seize la responsabilité for yourself. It must be given by a legitimate authority, like a committee.
Do we really have time for this? And who should sit in this committee?
Only the most even-keeled minds. In Martinez, your half-brother, the lieutenant, is a natural place to start. Together, you'll be able to discover who has la responsabilité in Revachol. And, if necessary, you'll have the wisdom and expertise to assign it among yourselves. Good luck. Your report is eagerly anticipated.
Okay. What exactly is the responsibility? And yeah, Limbic and Ancient Reptilian are a great dynamic duo.
Yes?
We need to talk about responsibility.
Glad to hear it, Detective. I was wondering when we'd get to this very subject.
What do you mean?
If you ask me, it's high time for you to set aside these frivolous side tasks and focus 100% of your energies on the case before us. Why are you pronouncing it like that gentleman from the Institute of Price Stabilité? You know what? Forget it. What specifically are you trying to assign responsibility for? But isn't that our job? Now I understand. Next, I suppose you're going to tell me you need to form a committee to assign this responsibility.
How'd you know?
Because moral intern types love to form committee. In any event, I am just a humble law official. I may work under the moral intern's umbrella, but I'm certainly not qualified to serve on any committee. You know who might be, though? That Mr. Villedroit, the gentleman you met in the young man's apartment. If I were trying to get in touch with the coalition, I would start by seeking him out. But first, you might need to speak with his young companion. Now, was there anything else?
Let's solve a murder case. Wait, what are you doing here?
Hi, gendarme. Another rendezvous. Hi. So what brings you here? Admiring the atmosphere. What about you, officer? Maybe you should figure it out, detective.
Need to talk to your Sunday friend again? It's about business committees.
You did? And how did you like him? Ah, shoot. Why not?
Oh boy. The coughing begins.
A visitor from the first world. He's not like you and me, gendarme. He can always return to his
Return where?
opportunities in Occident, sur la clé. Still, his coming and going brings some life to the village. Or is it just money? I don't know.
What are you,
Friends,
Juju?
I told you. Sunday friends.
Thank you.
Friends who like to get together from time to time. Bet he won't be there when times get tough, I guess.
Is that even a friend?
On Sundays. He has keys. And he likes the view. To the sea, I mean. What about me, gendarme? Oh, a committee. How interesting. And if I may ask, gendarme, what is this committee about? God, of course it is. My friend is always trying to convince me I need a little more responsibility, as though I don't have enough going on already. In any case, I would love to help. But the thing is, I don't know where he is. We don't talk about everything, you see. He might have mentioned something about making a tour of some historical sites up the coast. In an unofficial capacity, of course. I guess you will. Oh yes, let's see. He knocked on my door a few days after the lynching. I think he was going through the entire building, asking questions. Nothing.
What did you tell him?
That I didn't see anything.
And he believed you? Did you tell him about
What
your friend? Your Sunday friend, the
No,
witness.
I don't think it came up.
What did he look like?
Muscular, handsome, strong, like one of those military types.
Was he alone?
Yes, but he was speaking to someone on his earpiece.
His earpiece?
Yes, you know those tiny speaker microphones that fancy security guards sometimes wear.
What
Just
was he
reporting
saying?
back whatever I was telling him.
Does he have any other identifying
let me
traits?
think. He had an accent. He sounded like one of those mercenaries. He sounded vaguely Oranese. No, not vaguely, scratch that. He sounded definitely Oranese.
Thanks for the information.
Anything else on your mind? Bye-bye, gendarme.
What was the role again?
It's you again. What is it?
It was rhetoric. What? Okay, so this might fail and go chits up, so... My monkey brain couldn't find rhetoric.
It's you again. What is it?
Video games. That's what's up.
Convince
Ooh.
Titus he's being manipulated. You should know by now. Titus Hardy will never falter.
One of his boys will.
It's about more than Glasia. It's about these men and Martinez, their district, their responsibility. Outside, under the rising sun, tattered and in ruins, the windows of the cafeteria aglow with her morning light.
That's it then. Case closed. Look around. We're going home, Kim.
He'll get it. Go on.
Write it down, Kim. And Martinez, they just kill you because they don't like you.
Got it. Kill you because they don't like you. All because...
because of some
Bring
chick.
that up one more time, and you won't get to write that report.
The man's fists under the table are balled. You can tell from his neck and shoulders. He means it.
Yes, I understand, Alain. That's your name, right, Alain? You'll kill us. That's what they do in the wild north.
They just hang you like in the Dark Ages, make a display of your corpse? They can't even remember?
It wasn't that. It wasn't. We didn't shoot him.
Gee whiz, we are very surprised at the revelation of this here information, Angus.
That's it. That's the weak one. You flushed him out. Now go in for the...
Officer, you will be next if you don't shut up.
He's onto you. He knows what you're trying to do. Steel yourself. Push on. Just ignore Theo.
Turn to Angus here and kill me for no fucking reason.
We didn't kill him. We didn't even hang him. He was dead when...
Shut up, Angus!
He was dead before you hanged him?
Say one more thing to the cops and I'll...
Dennis, stand down, or I'll beat your head in. Theo, take your hand off the belt. This isn't 31. I've got this under control. Angie, where's your goddamn inhaler? You sound like you're dying.
I left it home. I can't get it. I'm too fucked. I'm sorry.
Why are you so fucking fat, Angus? Now it's all pointless. Because of you. You wasted my time. I told you, Titus. I told you just give her up.
Lizzie, your help is no longer needed here. Go tell Everard.
Fine. I'll tell him. After a long walk along the coast.
Okay, so we can meet her on the coastline
What just
later.
happened between these two? You're in. He's all yours. Questions.
So you didn't kill him, he was already dead.
You hanged the corpse to cover up the real cause of death. The bullet in his head.
Another.
But for who? Why?
The girls asked us to. They were in some shit.
Girls plural? There's another girl? 2 of them? Take note of this. They'll probably say more
Who's
about
the
her
second one then?
later.
Did she kill him?
Cop, I have no idea. The girl says she didn't.
He doesn't think she did. Or at least he hopes she didn't.
What happened Sunday night?
Glacier came down. She seemed really out of it. Drugged up, even more than usual. Bug-eyed and gurning, you know? Not in a fun way. It looked like she'd redosed after something went down. I've seen that look before. She was scared. I knew someone had died.
How did you
I've
know?
done this job for 10 years. I've seen it before. It's the politician in the motel room with the dead hooker scenario. Only in reverse.
Good analogy, boss.
You don't get to talk yet, Shanky. You're still on the bench. And you keep taking it easy too, Angus.
That's okay with the fat man, still wheezing there. He couldn't speak if he wanted to.
What happened
Went
then?
Upstairs. Sure as day the Merc was dead. And there was a bullet hole through the window. Fucking dirty sheets and bottles everywhere.
Oh. Oh, wild pines.
He means they'd been fucking?
Tibbs patched the window. And the corpse. We hanged.
Who's Tibbs? The 8th Hardy?
Nah, he's my brother. He's in the window replacement business.
Right now, he's grateful he hasn't gotten his brother into this mess.
If Klasha didn't kill him, why the cover
You
up?
may have noticed our girl's in some shit of her own.
I didn't notice anything. What kind of shit were we talking
Can't
about?
show up on police radar kind. There are people after her. From the old world. Where she came from.
These people, who are they?
They're powerful. Connected to the moral intern. She's clearly afraid for her life. Says if she showed up in your systems, she'd be ghosted away.
And why would you help someone like that? By taking on a murder?
Why would I? I guess we abide all sorts of runaways and losers here. It's a Martinez thing.
So who killed the Merc then? Any leads?
Not yet. Just some ideas. She says the shot came from outside, behind the window somewhere. So that's a clue.
Okay, so we're going back to the building. Probably Dice Maker's office. What are you
I'm
thinking?
Someone's past caught up with them. Either hers or his.
Hers, you mean?
I mean the people after Klausya. Maybe the shot missed. Maybe it was meant for her.
I like that. Been thinking the same thing myself.
You had ideas about his past too?
One of those mercenary buddies of his could have done it. They got guns, training, years of bad blood, probably. Or it could have been someone else from Crenell. Tell you what I'd do. Check out the coast for vantage points. Maybe consult with a ballistics buddy of mine. That's what I'd do. If I wasn't too busy doing this clown dance with you.
He's calm now, threw all that turmoil away, and became himself again.
In a manner of speaking.
Remember the two girls? He may be talking about the other one.
Earlier you said the girls asked for your help. Was this the other girl?
That's right. It was her idea to hang him. I liked it for political reasons.
It's her, isn't it? The drug trafficker, the missing 8th Hardy?
Fella, you think too much. He's off all right. You're gonna hurt your head.
A little too far there, but you're definitely right.
That woman is just affiliated with the Hardy Boys. You don't know her, anyway.
It's okay for there to be a Hardy girl, Titus.
We're Hardy Boys. And that's it.
But can you tell me anything about this affiliate? Name, current... He was shot with our gun, wasn't he?
Nope. You're not getting to her. It's Klausya you want to talk to. Me too.
The lieutenant gives a smile only you can see.
Thank you for this, Titus. I'll go talk to her for the last time.
You do that. Hey, cop. Before you go...
Suddenly, the wind picks up outside. You hear it rattling.
This could have
the large
gone
windows
so
in
wrong.
their frames. It carries newspapers, circles the whirling in rags in a warm column.
She, Clausia, came to Martinez to hide. Many of us did. This is where you wash up when there's nowhere left to go. The Union takes you in. Now, she refused that protection. But...
Still, after all this headache...
But you would still prefer if we didn't take her away?
That's right. If we didn't take care of the people who end up here, this place would just be a couple of ruins and some cargo containers.
We'll take that into account.
All right. I think we're gonna explore the coast for the next bit, but I feel like it's definitely starting to unravel bit by bit. What is up, dudes? Hopefully everybody's doing well. I'm back. Okay, so we have this part of the story right now. My guess so far is that either it's the third mercenary that tried to kill Clausia out of spite, maybe jealousy, or it's a frame job from Wild Pine's side of the story. I'm kind of leaning towards Wild Pines to kind of incriminate the Union in some way to gain leverage in the negotiations. Bit extreme, but still.
It's always good to see you.
Something in her demeanor has changed. She's tired, consigned to her fate, to being here with you and what's to come.
The Hardy Boys told us what really happened. You don't look surprised. You were
I knew
acting,
there was a chance
expecting
I'd get
this?
them to tell you. It's what you do. You're the police. For what it's worth, I'm sorry for wasting your time.
This is good. Clear the air first, between you two. Then move on to questions. Is it? Something is off here.
Also, apparently, Wexford, I've been told that I sound extremely different when I'm speaking Dutch versus when I'm speaking English.
Shush. I can't hear what she's saying.
If you knew we would find out eventually, why did you waste our time?
That's actually a good question.
Because of the Hardys. I couldn't just dispense with them. They were only trying to help me. Out of the shit I'd gotten into. You're right. There's more. You
More?
answer to the coalition government, and by extension, the moral intern.
Briefly glancing over her shoulder to the sea, as she's done time and time again, where the cold oceanic expanse lies, and behind it, another world.
Is that why you're looking over your shoulder? You're afraid of the moral intern?
You share a database with them. You send people to their courts.
What's going on? What did you
Just
do?
business. But bad business for some people in the moral intern. If I show up in your records, officer, they will find me. They will...
What happens if they do?
They will kill me, sir. If you file my name, take me in for questioning, enter me into the moral intern mill, well, then I'm fucked. For nothing. This murder didn't have anything to do with me.
What did you do to have these people after you?
It's not nice, but it's not illegal. Not here in Revachol, or even in Orania.
We're definitely working for some of the baddies. That's for one thing, that's for sure.
What exactly did you do?
Industrial espionage. I joined a business collective with the intention of betraying them. I did my job well enough to be asked to do it again, with a bigger company. The kind you really, really don't fuck with. I took their ledgers, 2 decades worth of accounting.
I need the names of the companies involved and who hired you.
Oh, okay.
The job was Lou's doing County Savings Bank. They sound small, but they're part of the Lou Scott conglomerate. That was the second job. The first was some printer company. You wouldn't know them.
But she really destroyed them. She still feels it.
As to who hired me for the job, I don't know. But they're after me too, along with Lou Scott and their friends in the MI. Once you're done in the competitive intelligence circuit, you don't have allies. You're radioactive. It is. Many people lost their jobs. Not just C-suite. Ordinary people. What I did to get to accounting, a lot of people got hurt. But that's just more of my shit you shouldn't have to deal with. You're solving a murder.
That can wait. Look into her eyes. There's more.
What did you do?
One of them killed themselves because of me.
That's not easy to deal with.
How do you deal with anything? It's all just... How do you do it?
I don't either.
There you have it. The way of the warrior.
Around her, a drop in atmospheric pressure. Not long from now, it will get dark, and the air will start moving faster, circling the box she stands on. She's already imprisoned here for what happened, and she's prepared to never leave, even after his death.
What happened here the night he died?
We were there. Together. In bed, I mean. Okay. He was in a kneeling position. He had just entered me. I was on my back, looking at him. I heard the window behind me shatter, and I turned to look. There was a hole in the glass. I turned back to him. His eyes were looking through me, and his mouth was open. Dumb. I could see. I could.
A great pain moves through her, a dark and indefinite wave. She continues in spite of it.
I knew he was dead before he fell down on top of me.
You were right. He did enjoy the moment of his death.
He was heavy. I pushed him off and he fell to the floor. There. He only had his boots on. I bit the pillow, not to scream, then ran downstairs.
Well, that explains why he was in his underwear.
I waited for the second shot to come. For me. I thought there would be one. It never came.
She's forgotten about her cigarette. The butt has burned right down to her fingernails.
Your cigarette?
Oh. So am I.
What time was this? When did it happen? It would help us if you could be as precise as possible.
Hey, thick rimmed glasses. How's it going? I'm loving it.
11:30 to 12:15. I don't know the exact time. Around midnight.
It's okay. Were you inebriated?
Not as much as usual. He'd done a line, plus other things. I was drinking.
Wait. Titus said she was gurning her jaw off, much more than usual.
Titus said you look pretty high.
Oh, yeah. I did one of his lines, just to clear my head.
Good thinking. Clear your head. You should clear your head.
I went with the sensitive rebuilt.
Did you hear or see the shooter in the course of this?
No.
What did you do then?
I was trapped.
Okay, so she didn't hear the shot. That means that it came from pretty far away.
Crawled back up, drew the blinds. Blood was coming from his mouth. Not a lot. Just a little. He was still on the floor, slouched. I couldn't be there with him anymore. So I ran down and out of my room, into the hallway, down the stairs. I knew there would be people there.
Run, woman. Run past them and out into the streets where it's dark and people move. To the lorries at the intersection, as far as you can.
Why didn't you run away from here? As a matter of fact, why are you here now?
I already ran. I ran from an entire Isola. I can't run any further. Not with these people. This is as far as it gets.
What happened after you ran downstairs?
Sylvie was tending the bar. A lot of people were there. The Hardys were at the table in front of the stage. I think the Union box was full. Ruby was there too. They were having such a good time. I sat down and they all welcomed me. I didn't even have to say anything. Ruby knew something was wrong.
Ruby?
Before we continue, who's Ruby?
Ruby. You know, the leader.
The leader? Of what?
The Hardy Boys.
I thought Hardy was the leader of the Hardy Boys.
Well, nominally, yes. Ruby's the one they go to when things happen, like things they need taken care of. She's
Have
the
we
organizer.
met Ruby?
This Ruby, in her phrasing, is entrusted with great power. She trusts her. So do the others.
Would you say she is the 8th Hardy Boy?
Why not?
Okay, let's go on. What then?
Well, Ruby said let's talk upstairs. I showed her the room. I've known these people since December. They know my situation, that I can't leave a paper trail. Ruby was the first one I told. She said she'd take care of this. It's what she does, you know, take care of things. I helped her get the body to the bathroom. We used a belt to pull him up under the shower, to keep him upright.
To produce lividity, matching a hanging?
Yes.
We completely missed the tempering. Looks like you got there in time. What was this, 20 minutes after death?
Oops.
About 20, yes. Ruby explained it would make the blood... You know what he does.
Then what did
Ruby
you do?
went outside to talk to Titus and the boys. I was just looking at Lely in the bathroom. I had to put his clothes back on. His armor, too. It was tough, but I've seen him take it off and put it on many times. It took Ruby maybe half an hour to come back with Titus. I'd gotten him ready by then.
Okay, so he was dressed.
I knew what they were going to do.
When they...
Make it look like a hanging. Ruby said they would.
He was dressed when they dragged him off. What did you do while they were hanging
Ruby
him?
said to wait here. She also said I wouldn't see her for a while. That we should lay low or something. So I did.
This Ruby, where is this Ruby now?
I haven't seen her since.
We will need to take this question to the Hardy Boys.
The thick rim glasses. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. This is important. I need to know if she heard the gunshot. That will determine how far away I need to look.
When he was shot? I may have. I don't know. I couldn't hear anything over the glass exploding. What? Why would I put myself through this? Insanity. Get myself cornered like this. He wouldn't have died if it weren't for me. I know that. But I would never hurt him.
All kinds of crazy things happen when drugs are involved. Sweet
Shut the fuck up, electrochemistry.
Could have been a desire murder. Maybe an act of jealousy.
So far, I'm thinking the third mercenary might have been involved in this.
Now, you guys suddenly have theories pouring out, when they're obviously just stabs in the dark.
I have this crazy idea that you killed him.
I'm sad to hear that. They must have said it in some fit of frustration or under pressure. They couldn't have meant it. I've talked to them after it happened. No one has implicated me.
She's getting scared now of you, the downstairs people, all of it.
What does that mean?
Do drugs make you aggressive?
No. People don't take drugs to kill each other. They take them to feel okay with each other. I thought you Ravishol people would be more enlightened on this. I'm sorry, officer. I'm under some stress here.
She simply shakes her head.
Like what?
Got the people after you have killed him?
That's the first thing that went through my head when I heard the glass break. I
And?
thought they'd found me. They've killed him to punish me. All last week, I've tried not to talk to anyone or be seen with anyone so they wouldn't be hurt. I've come to understand, however, this is paranoia. What happened didn't have anything to do with me.
We can't go after loose cap. Not yet. There are other, saner leads.
I don't ask you to, Lieutenant. If there's one thing I know, it's that you'll get nothing from there.
What did you call the cops if you're hiding? That's actually a good point. It does explain how she knew how to scramble the landline. If she is involved in corporate espionage.
Because I'm an idiot.
Which is an indicator of truth.
Mean, aren't we all idiots at the end of the day? Why did you do it?
You have to understand, the people around here, no one was making the call, and he kept rotting. And then they picked his clothes off. And
Okay, that happened after?
Threw stones at him.
That's Kuno?
He kept throwing stones at him for 3 days. I could hear the thud. Thud. So I called you. I hope with all my heart it's not the last thing I do in Ravishol.
When was the window changed?
Last week. Angus and Titus's brother, I think he's called Tibbs, took care of it.
I think we're done here for now.
Silently. She doesn't even smoke. Just picks up the cold coffee and holds it in her hands. He's thinking, are we done here? Or maybe you should take her to the station for safekeeping. She lied to you, and she's a flight risk.
Yes?
As you look back, you think, so love did do him in, after all. If it weren't for her, he would not have been there. The shot would not have connected with his soft palate. She's silent, holding on to her coffee mug. No vapor rises from it. Remember this silence. The lady is dangerous. People suffer around.
Yeah. I'd like to think he didn't love me. Or that it was chemically induced and not real. Easier
Why?
that way.
Was it
I don't
real?
know.
Real as anything.
I feel like I'm missing something here.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
I feel like I'm missing something here.
It's you again. What is it? Why?
I'm going to level with you. She's the next link in the chain that leads me to Lely's killer.
Sounds like you're making her a suspect in this. Not on my watch, you're not. Ruby's one of us. We're not gonna throw her under your moral intern steamroller. Fuck that shit.
Ah.
And fuck you too, moral
Ruby is missing. If you hide from the police in a murder investigation, you become a suspect. You know how it works, guys.
That's nothing. That's just legalese. You don't even have a sound theory. I don't want to be rude, but we're trying to get some R&R here. Think you could fuck off now?
I think we'll keep sticking around, Titus. You'll be surprised at how quickly a theory presents itself if you keep looking.
From the corner of your eye, you see a little bird fly into the bush, right behind the window, behind Titus's back.
I have a few skill points to spend on that. But I need something else. Let's go talk to Klasha. I am not sure about one major thing, and that is... Okay, so if Ruby would be involved in this, it's mostly as a means to cover it up. Then how is Everard involved? That is also something that we need to figure out.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Wait, I can at least add some drama to that. Hang on. Need some drama. Your clothes give me some drama. Not logic. Snazzy. I like it.
I was just thinking, what a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
I do have...
But we are awake, sire. She has been forthcoming with sordid details women usually conceal. Most shocking details of the sexual kind. We are a bulwark, unbreached. Get a hold of yourself just once, will you? Try to look past the sexually lax morals and do some police work. So you say. But give us one example of deceit. Just one example. Who is this personhood picking these seditious options? Can't you see the detective grows weary of your malcontent? Stop staring at her eyes and say something pertinent to the case. This is making you look like an amateur. It looks like this one's not waking up. You'll have to do it without pushing her further.
Let's see if this changes my chances at that roll. 42?
I was just thinking,
hey.
What a nice day for questions pertaining to a murder.
Come on!
Who? What? Dear God, you've been lied to. She could have killed her lover and lied to everyone. She's not candid at all. She's smoke and mirrors and will-o-wisps. She probably didn't give you her real name either. Why would she? Arrest her immediately before she further entangles you in her web of lies.
I agree. You wouldn't give us your real name, not when people are after you.
Okay.
Okay, what?
It's not. You log your work every week. It's all transmitted to Common, sir. I couldn't just beg you not to enter my name. So I lied. Like I lied before. Like I did at LCSB. I have to lie all the time. I'm so tired of it.
What's the password bullshit too? That password you keep hidden?
No. It's submerged in a plastic buoy on the coast, in the reeds.
Oh.
It just doesn't say Clausia Amandu. It says Anouk Mea Smith.
Falsified document?
Passport and visa. Given to me by my employer. I can't even use them. My employer probably leaked the name, Mea Smith, to hurt me.
Why would they do that?
I didn't show up to a rendezvous. They don't take that lightly. I didn't show up because I was afraid they'd do something to me. The job was finished. I'm just a liability now.
She fears an arrest right here and now. This has been an awful turn of events for her.
Where's this boy?
West of the boardwalk, in the reeds.
Oh, I found this already.
There. I
just
put
couldn't
it there
interact
when I first
with
arrived. Haven't been there since. I'm not sure I could even find it now. It's useless.
The lieutenant makes a note of it.
You're welcome to it. It's in the reeds northwest of here. past a broken sewage pipe, right near the waterline.
Tell me your real name?
Exquisitely Elysium. That's cool.
She doesn't feel like a Clausia. She feels like nothing.
I am. They can never take my sash and my scepter from me.
Yes, they can, for lying. She nods, her back straight, ready for whatever isn't ready for the damage. She knows you're grilling her.
I did. What is this? I called your desk or whatever it is. The numbers are all over town. Call 8-100-2 for emergency. There was an older woman on the other end. It sounded like she was smoking. She took my complaint. She coughed.
Anyone could know that, sire, by looking around and calling the desk. I don't believe a single word she says.
What time did you make the call?
Thursday night. It was late, sometime after 12.
It checks out. There may be grounds here, at least for an extended detention.
A little whimper. The young woman hears you. She's looking around. She slowly lights another cigarette and steadies her breath, as if in the presence of some tiger. You are. This is not the end of this.
Let's get back to those lies you told.
Yes, we demand she be punished for deceiving us. We demand her anxiety. She slowly.
Okay, so for now we are gonna leave this. Not gonna poke the bear too much until I have more answers. And that is gonna be the first one that I'm gonna go to. Now I still need to talk to our boy downstairs. And I need to see what the thing for that was. And then I'm gonna dress up in high fashion again. Oh, hey, some real on the counter.
It's you again. What is it?
Never noticed that. Let's see. Logic. Okay, so I have a few things that might help me with logic. I mean, it's not great. My logic is like 1, I think. 3. Bonus for thoughts. -1. Okay. But I do have a bunch of things that might give me some logic. What do I have? The interfacing drama, -1 drama, +2 logic. Okay. So only my thinking cap remains. Hey, Jacques, how's it going?
It's you again. What is it?
Nothing is happening. The pieces are there. Sorry, you're not coming up with anything. Again, the pieces are there. She could have done it. Somehow. Something else. Walla walla bing bang. It's just not coming together. I don't know what it means, but it felt like the most appropriate thing to say. That's what the witch doctor would say, at least.
Oh man, I was not ready for that.
No one knows. Still nothing, but that's okay. This doesn't have to turn into some kind of meltdown. You're just a cop, taking your time to present a theory. Let's look at this as a learning experience. What are the components you need to implicate Ruby? His wife left him. He needs to kill himself. Make her sorry she did. Smart move. The components are access to the roof, weapon, and motive. Here is what you can do to make it easier. Come on, guys. For starters, you could find out what's behind that mystery door in the kitchen. If it's a secret route, she could have used that to get to the roof. Can't get through the door? You know what would help. Doing a thorough search of this room. Maybe something's hidden. Hey, did someone
might
say
actually
something
work.
already? No? Yes? Who cares? Upstairs in Clausia's bedroom, the window the bullet came through. Analyze that. You could crack Clausia's last defenses. Maybe she'll tell you something helpful. Also, you should say, I need to kill myself and it's all over.
Why is my pain threshold making me suicidal?
No, nothing good will come of it. He did the right thing not saying that the last time. Just do what the nice helpful guys said and don't do the bad things. It's that simple.
Unless we have more business, we should.
Okay. There might be something we haven't seen yet here, but now that maybe I've missed something in the room. After that, it's off to the coastline.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light.
I should probably equip something with a bit more visual calculus than minus whatever it is that I'm getting right now. Oh, there you go. Not yet. We haven't figured out how to.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it. Light, golden light, melts away into the blue, glassy darkness of your mind. In it are two neon-lit shapes, a man and a woman on the single bed.
What position are they in?
Like the witness said, the man is kneeling, the woman is on her back.
Oh,
it's the night of March 4th, and a
didn't
shot
notice
has
the
just
art.
been fired.
I'm guessing the church. Up in the church.
The man looks directly at the woman. The shot's possible directions converge in his mouth. A ray cast from somewhere outside, entering his brain, ending him.
Where does it come from?
Outside, location A prime. The glass fractures around the bullet hole. Shards face inwards like a corona behind the woman's back.
Inspect the ghostly
The
figures.
man does not know the bullet has entered his brain. He never will. Death comes faster than the realization.
Have a look at point A, the roof.
The ray cast from the man's mouth unravels into a fan of possible directions, all on the roof at first. The shot could have come from any of them. This is composite location A prime, most likely of the origin points.
Shouldn't there be gun residue
They
outside?
could have been. Then the rain and slush and wind washed it away. This was more than a week ago. 72%, with a weapon that's good for medium range, like a rifle or sports pistol. This is a good short distance, but not too short. The perpetrator aimed with their back against the railing, or possibly kneeling for precision. This would explain why it only took them one shot. The lights were on in here. Outside it was dark. It was like shooting fish in an aquarium, a well-lit aquarium. The victim opened his mouth to let the bullet in. Neither of them would have seen anything outside in the darkness, too busy with their own bodies.
Could the shot have come from inside the room?
Point X would contradict the woman's testimony, rendering the entire proposition void. These figures would be wiped out, detective.
Are there any arguments against A prime, the roof?
None that you've found thus far, but that doesn't mean there aren't any.
Could there have been another point of origins further away?
That's a 28%, yes. In this model, the shot could have come from a greater distance. Nothing excludes the possibility. Should we extrapolate to include every possible point of origin in Martinez?
Extrapolate the radius to include all of Martinez.
According to your map of the district, this shot could have come from a wide angle of locations, starting with the northern edge of the abandoned boardwalk, ending with an islet in the bay. Let's call them B prime.
More precisely?
B prime for boardwalk, B double prime for Land's End, and B triple prime for the islet detective. There may be smaller points in between, but those are too fine to zoom in on.
Have a look at B prime, the boardwalk.
700 meters away. The likeliest of these B positions, 20% chance. A skilled sniper could have made the shot, provided he had a safe sniper's nest. Even with the light on inside, we're talking military training. At that distance, the perpetrator would have had to take wind direction into account.
I have just been handed a delicious dinner.
1.2 kilometers away. The least likely of these positions.
And it smells
Let's say
really
3%.
good.
A truly skilled sniper could have done it. Possibly from a tent. No, too far-fetched.
Wouldn't that also disprove the angle at which the shot was taken?
1 kilometer away. A point beyond the docks, on an islet in the bay. The fort is ruined, but the perpetrator may have found a stable spot on the beaches surrounding it, where the concrete crumbles into the sea, as you saw in the coin-operated viewer.
All right.
The shot would have been a small miracle, 5% likelihood. There is an extremely narrow field of view from the bay to the window, between Rue de Saint-Ghislain 10 and 33A. The angle would have been extreme, and access to the islets is questionable.
I honestly think it might be, depending on what's behind door number 2, I think the church might be the likeliest candidate, or the apartment complex across the street. Those are the likeliest spots that any sniper would have had a sufficient angle to take a precision shot like this. Kim, do you think the shot could have come from further than the roof in Martinez?
From where, precisely?
Let's say B prime, the boardwalk, B double prime, Land's End, B triple prime, the islet.
I see you have given this a lot of thought. Are those the locations you've singled out in addition to the roof? And what is the likelihood, in your opinion, that it came from a further distance?
Much less than from the roof, but still.
Okay, well, we should see if there is gunshot residue or sniper nest if we go down the coast. Rule these spots out one by one. It would be the diligent thing to do. Until then, personally, I'm going with the roof version. A simple hypothesis can be wrong, but it's something to build on.
Now we are being the highly functioning alcoholic we were meant to be. Get detectiving, detective. Can I involve them in some way?
I can't believe...
Well, first... Wait, where did the lady go?
Son, you've really let yourself go. It's a disgrace. But Coach Physical Instrument is going to get you back in prime condition, even if it takes 1,000,000 push-ups. It's going to take blood, sweat, piss, and tears. But when I'm done with you, boy, you will be a master athlete.
Let's do this, coach.
Behold, world. Here walks a sportsman, hands choked and hair kept back with a bandana. The Homo Athleticus.
New individuals.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Is this Kuno's brother?
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
The question was rhetorical. The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
He is Kuno's brother, isn't he? Also, Gypsy, food is delicious, thank you.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
The lieutenant's voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around the brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
No, they really, really aren't. It's porno tuning. Say no to the porno.
What is it with you and porno whenever a car gets mentioned, Kim?
Murder?
A hangman was hanged in the backyard of the Whirlingham Rags?
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
Anything else?
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Sure. Understandable. Fuck, and I appreciate your effort, though.
Do you guys know Cindy the Skull?
Oh, yeah. Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. Odd, there isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like they're piss and fuck the world out of some kind of moral obligation. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
What makes you think that the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
You'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes you.
Throw him off his game. You don't feel very scared.
Are you implying I might be in some sort of danger? Threat, good. I like
But
those.
I don't. In fact, I dislike them so much I'm willing to drag you boys back to the station just to calm myself down.
Hey, there's no need for that. We're just talking here. Joking too. Stay light, man.
For nearly 30 hours of game time, this man has maintained the calmest composure, but the second his car gets involved, he loses his shit.
Didn't you cops, like, have some questions about skulls or some shit? Mm-hmm.
What's with the
What about
jackets?
them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message. What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it. To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though, you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
I feel enlightened already.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point.
Shut the fuck up, rhetoric.
Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
Hey, Kim?
Yes?
Do you think it's a coincidence?
What is? What are you implying? No, I don't. What are you implying? Neither. Fine, if only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the two statements. Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
These guys aren't scary.
Ah.
You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here.
Why?
And what kind of business is that exactly?
Police
The lieutenant
business.
notices your agitation and opens his mouth to speak.
Okay, we get it. You look like total shit. We look flashy as hell. What about it?
You didn't say that.
It's shit.
Fine. Fuck it. Here. Take
Penny
it.
jacket!
I can't handle this sad shit.
It's true. He simply can't. Wow. I did not see that coming. You better wear that jacket with pride.
Fuck that. You're not getting mine. My dad's a lawyer in La Delta. He'll have your badge.
But I'll have your jacket.
No, he won't.
The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
Wait, rolled fucker got a rich dad?
No. He's like a Like a volunteer lawyer.
Fucking pity jacket.
You know what, cop? Fuck you. That's not what this is about. You're not getting my jacket.
Fuck him. We don't need his rich dad jacket anyway.
I'm not wearing that jacket. I already am expressing my individuality.
Okay, I'll keep it
Dude,
then.
I'm fine with that.
Look at this cute shit. How can we become skulls if you go around fraternizing with cops? Let's get the fuck out of here before anyone sees us.
Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I just don't like confrontations, that's all.
Just take the jacket. Just anything. Just please don't cry. Hell yeah. I got an awful jacket and an awful mug. And just immediately sell it. Oh man, this is gonna be a day, let me tell you. I think I know where the where to find the passport. I can no longer have to pay for the room anyway, so I can just kind of freely roam about. I don't know how to get to the island, though. That's kind of a problem. I haven't figured that one out yet. Oh no, the raids, they're too powerful.
A drop in temperature, an easy flow of air, an empty street. Before you, a thoroughfare unjammed with lorries. No more drivers smoking on hitch steps. Just chemically sweetened. Across the road, a forgotten bus stop. Corrosion has opened a hole in its roof. An elm tree watches over the building. Its branches are dripping with rain and snow. The road is smooth and motley. Craters filled with a black asphalt. The asphalt, first laid, is grey already. A row of tenements are under construction in the distance.
Where do people who live across the road?
A tub warm with water, white with soap. A man bathes while radio waves transmit the lottery numbers. 4, 18, 21, 4, 1. A modern washing machine rattles a drawer full of silverware. His boyfriend is on his way home. He brings tins of meat and vegetables with him. Their pockets are heavier with money, but only slightly. A tub warm with water. His boyfriend is on his way home. Number 312D. Young girls used to come here, huddled up, hoping for more warmth than their thin coats give them. The bus took them to school. It has not run for 8 years. There were not enough girls to sustain its cost.
Nearly dropped a controller.
Craters pocked the surface. Children played in them until heavy trucks full of black pitch rolled in. The landowners have filled the craters with money. It is a vital artery of the flow of trade. There's one bump on the road. A dead dog lies flat about 200 paces away, right at the turn. Tragedy comes from the wheels of a fast RCM vehicle, hurrying to work. The cold washes over you. The sound of the sea has grown distant. The wind moves the aerosol. A detective stands behind the boom barrier. A breeze moves a curl of his hair.
This damn game, man, it's so good. The writing is absolutely incredible. If there is one thing that I wish for this game, though, is that it would have had a bit more of that Silent Hill-esque soundtrack to it. Like you got in the apartment building. Hey, Shoot Bang, how's it going? Ah, there it is.
A metal and plastic contraption bobs up and down amidst the trembling reeds. At first, it just looks like trash, but if you look closer...
That, over there, must be the boy Klaas you told us about. The one she hid her passport in. We should take a look.
You lift the boy out of the water without much effort. It's not tied to anything. The cords dangling from the bottom appear to have been cut. The number 11 has been written on the yellow plastic. It hasn't been in the water for very long, but it's already discolored and slimy with silt. A latch holds it close, but only just barely. The brittle metal of the latch has cracked.
Simple construction. Very unsafe.
There's something in there, splashing around. It smells like you would expect it to smell. A concentrated version of the coast. Salt, industrial slop, and decay.
On lunch break during a super slow workday? Well, it's a great time to tune into some Disco Elysium. What is the lawsuit about? I heard that, like, after the release of this game, there was something going on with the company. But I don't have the full picture of it, because at the time I was trying to not look at anything Disco Elysium related.
A shot glass's worth of seawater pours out. Some algae, and nothing else.
Well, damn.
Who do you think took him?
I have no idea.
This is a minor quirk. We know what was in the buoy anyway.
Or think we do. This is a small loose end, either way. Not important, I hope. Might have been Klaasje, might have been the people after her, might have been a local drunk. We should go.
You could ask the miss what she thinks. Later, if you have the time. Though you doubt she'll tell you much at this point.
We still got here too late. There's nothing of use here anymore.
Wait, so somebody committed fraud within the studio? Let's see, there should be a spot here on the boardwalk. Or is it south?
Nothing has changed.
The person in charge of finances for the team bought out shares of the company using the company funds to basically make himself the owner. Damn. That's fucked up, man.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other. Unable to piece together the big picture just now, there's a hole in their hypothesis.
A bullet hole?
The scattering of bullet holes looks like one giant smiling.
That was visual calculus, right? Now let's put one in there so I can, I think I already have the most visual calculus that I can get.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, unable to piece together.
Come
The scattering
on!
of bullet holes.
Are you serious right now? What is he doing here? What the fuck?
As you approach, the man turns and greets you with a polite wave. He appears completely at ease, like a common holidaymaker.
Ah, super. It's the officer. I was not expecting to run into you again, but things have a funny way of turning out, no? What brings you down to the scenic Martinez coast?
Actually, I was wondering what you're doing out here.
Well, that's très simple. I was visiting the fishing village just north of here. They have applied for a series of microloans to revitalize the old market, and well, I wish to see the situation firsthand. And then, well, I had some extra time on my hands, so I decided to stroll down here. It's quite peaceful, isn't it? Ah? Is that what those pockmarks are? I might have guessed. Fascinating how much history is contained right here, if only one knows where to look for it.
You feel like there's something you could say here, if only you really knew what was going on.
Ah bon? I'm all ears, officer. My friend, if it's la responsabilité you're after, I have good news for you. There's no need to form such a committee, because it already exists. The Comité de Responsabilité de Revachol. It acts as a sort of clearinghouse for coalition activities. To put it simply, they are the ultimate arbiters of la responsabilité in this part of the world.
Yes, this is just the sort of reasonable authority you're looking for.
I would offer to connect you with the committee myself, but alas, I am not actually in Martinez.
What? Where is he then? You knew there was something strange about this one. He's an astral projection, a bureaucratic phantasm. He's speaking figuratively. He means he's not in Martinez in his official capacity.
Mais que faites-vous, officer?
Yes, I was wondering the same thing. What are you doing?
He said he wasn't really here. I had to make sure he wasn't an astral projection.
No, don't be silly. We're simply speaking in an informal capacity. Officially, I am still in La Delta, preparing for an upcoming conference on fuel oil derivatives. That's why it would be extremely irregular, or potentially even inappropriate for me to intercede with the committee concerning a district I'm not officially in.
But this is an urgent matter. I need to get in touch with the committee.
Well, under ordinary circumstances, the committee contacts you.
In other words, the committee only knows what it wants to know.
But if you have information of a vital interest, they might be willing to entertain an exception. In which case, I would advise you to contact them via Coalition Warship Archer. Officer, you mean to say that you haven't noticed the giant Coalition aerostatic peacefully patrolling the skies over Revachol?
You follow the man's gaze out toward the west. There, hanging some distance above the horizon, you can just make out a strange silhouette. It looks to your eye like some kind of long metallic fish suspended beneath a number of ceiling fans. Don't let the paint job fool you. It's a goddamn killing machine, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Yeah, it looks like a killing machine.
Well, of course it is a heavily armed and armored warship with a full complement. But I assure you its purpose is
Sure.
to keep the peace, not disturb it.
Why do we need to go through Archer to speak to the committee?
You see, in addition to being an airborne artillery platform, Coalition Warship Archer is also the linchpin of the Coalition's surveillance and communications infrastructure in Revachol.
Just a quick second. I'm gonna grab seconds. Probably not a good idea to ask those kind of questions on the first playthrough for somebody. How's it going, Bummiser? I have more food. I am now enlightened.
And listening. It has the most objective vantage point in the entire city. Not to mention a vast array of radio, photographic, and meteorological monitoring instruments. I find it a great comfort to know there are benevolent powers watching over all, in strict accordance with the Wayfarer Act and the Bristol-Mune Convention.
And so how does one go about contacting a coalition warship?
This is quite the problem. Very tricky. Of course, the Archer has orders to fire on any unidentified aerostatics that might approach it, so it might be safer to get in touch from the ground. But in that case, you would require a radio transmitter capable of broadcasting on coalition frequencies. And that kind of technology naturally isn't typically available for non-coalition use. Yes, it is a bit of a conundrum. I suppose there might be some way to circuit bend your way onto those frequencies, but you'd have to be one of those techno-tinkerers to do it.
Do you know any of these tinkerers?
Unfortunately not, no. I don't have the pleasure. I am merely a representative of the coalition government, not very well versed in technology. But you?
Sounds like something that programmer we met in the church might be able to help with.
Let me just say that I have complete confidence in the RCM. I'm always my pleasure to be of assistance to the RCM. Godspeed, and if we don't meet again, bonne chance.
So, this man has been talking a lot. And he has been saying very little.
A scattering of bullet holes.
Ah, there it is. I feel like this is also a bit of a game that you have to accept that you're not gonna see all bits and pieces of information. Hold the phone. And I also wonder how different the approach to the investigation is going to feel based on the different builds that you can have in this game. Another postcard. Oh, wait, there is a way to go further. Wait, where did the dude go?
There's some tear, an empty.
Then the church should be a little bit more to the right of the map, if I remember correctly.
Yes, what is it?
It's not a paying job, but could you help me contact Coalition Warship
Do I
Archer?
look like someone who has time for side projects at this moment?
If you want her help, maybe you should help her first.
The swallow, you mean? What about it?
Is the hole connected to the data lost in your journal?
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than... Great. Thanks.
Okay, so we haven't investigated enough of this. to get the full picture. Let's see if we can move around here. Oh, well, I'll be. There's a whole new facet to this area. What do you mean I missed a bunker? Who misses a whole ass bunker?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while.
It's military. A service depot of some sort. Probably something that is no longer there.
Could the structure have been used to take the shot?
From here to the wiring, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Interfacing. Should have at least one thing that gives me more interfacing.
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that just yet. I don't want to risk the impossible. Oh, hey. Does that give me more interfacing? No. It's polo anyway. Oh, really? What the hell is polo? Oh, hey, it's the other trap. What is a Marco?
A familiar apparatus, the reeds shake sadly in the coastal breeze, weighed down by rain. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the Cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. This trap is also full of panicked locusts. No sign of any cryptozoological beast inside.
At some point, I'm going to be very surprised if we do end up finding their crypto creatures.
Another empty trap. Yep. The next one has a crab trapped in it. These are just crab traps, you do realize?
The reeds shake sad. The wind picks up.
No, I did not realize until you rudely pointed it out. Him. What if we are the cryptids? Never to have existed. To begin with. Okay, time to become my highly fashionable self. Damn. Is this what wealth is like? Bless you, Gypsy. Oh, she's still, Damn. Making bank over here. What is that? Can I interact with that? Oh, it's just a castaway net. Okay, so... we need a next step in this investigation. And I get the feeling like we need to reach that one island. Slightly north of here.
Hello again.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies.
How do you communicate with him?
He's just kinda here. I don't really know how to communicate with him.
Have you ever really talked to him?
Sometimes. When I stumble and find my way into his center, you have to hear a lot of hardcore to the mega first though.
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak for itself. I get it. He's a puzzle.
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
I do know them, but can you refresh my memory?
Think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know. I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, made the innocentic system, no?
It doesn't sound like they would appreciate a dance club in the church.
The Pericanassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance. Love is hardcore. Unity. Unity. Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
No words. Just jams.
Feels good.
I guess love can be pretty hardcore.
Yeah, it can. He's coming around. You're getting it.
I now understand it was lame of me to suggest otherwise. Anodic music is about love.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
He seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew. I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
Oh, I am moving, egghead.
Yeah! Let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world! Get this church shit on, and then dance there, motherfucker!
Goodbye, officer.
The young man with the tape recorder acknowledges your return. When he looks at you, he squints as though you were the setting sun.
This is hardcore. Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega, internally coherent.
All core! All right! Yeah!
He furrows his brow as his very large head traces the sublime, invisible movement of the music in the very real air of the stuffy tent.
Hardcore! Ah!
It's so hardcore. I was just thinking that a moment ago.
One mind, one spirit. There's no other world. There's no other life.
He reminds me so much of the two ogres in Team 4 Stars Dragon Ball Abridged.
Back to the heavyweight jam. Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent.
I was wondering if you knew who killed the mercenary hanging behind the whirling rags.
Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata, the place to be. Yakokata is a hardcore place.
Okay, I'm getting there. It's a puzzle.
Be close. True. Hardcore to the mega.
Hardcore to the mega, chat.
Internally coherent.
All core. All right. Yeah.
Please tell me, what exactly are you doing?
People going.
I see.
Yeah. Request. I want everybody's close to this.
Okay, I'm getting there. I'm getting through to him.
True. Hardcore to the internally coherent.
All core. All right.
He furrows his...
Ah,
is
shit.
it though?
It is.
What is it? I mean, really.
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent.
I am the mic enforcer. I am the chick's checker. Yeah! We're close. True.
This man is a spirit animal.
He furrows his...
Hardcore! Ah! The question is, what is the question? But there was no question.
I mean...
True. Hardcore. Internally.
All core. All right.
He furrows.
The question is, what is the question?
That would have been good but if I had asked you a question, but I didn't. Now it's just idiotic.
But there was a question? We're close. True. Hardcore to the internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata. It's the message, so listen and you will see. No illusion. The spirit is what you feel.
All right. Let's...
Hardcore. Yeah!
This young man adds a capital G before the H in his yeags and args. This produces a guttural, Gutwaldian accent and makes him sound more animal, more in it.
The Y to the E to the A 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 to the G to the H to the exclamation mark. Yeah!
He missed one A.
You missed an A there. I yelled mine with 6 A's, so you have to yell it with 6 A's
I'm
too.
the hard rhymer, the track attacker, the mic enforcer, the sixth checker. I am the law.
I love this dude so much.
Big cloud. True. Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the night. We're close.
Hey Ray, how's it going?
Hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. Good morning, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yakokata. It's the message, so...
Ah, shit.
We're close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to the mega. Here comes the night. Hi again. So, how things go?
Goodbye, officer.
Pretty much, Ray. You're egghead.
Close. True. Hardcore. Hardcore to internally coherent.
All core. All right.
Heavy machine gun. Going. I'm the party boy. It's my job.
What is a party boy?
Hardcore party 25/7 beyond the winter's orbit style.
Yeah. I'm feeling it.
True. Hard. Internally
All core. All right.
He furrows.
Hardcore. The question is, what? But the... We're hardcore to the mega. Internally Good morning, yeah. It's the message.
Damn it. Now I lost track.
Hardcore.
Yeah.
This young man.
The Y. Yeah.
He missed one.
It's nice to be important, but it's important to be nice. The club, true, hard, full, it's hardcore! Skibbity, skibber danger, I am the rearranger.
That is such a good line.
The club, true, hardcore! Yeah!
This young man,
The one, yeah!
he missed one.
I'm the hard run.
Okay, so far, I feel like...
Club, true, hardcore to the mega. Here comes the...
Okay, that one...
The close, true, hardcore to the mega. Internally coherent. All car, all right. Gotta get the people going. Yeah, request. I want every...
I feel like this is about as much as I'm gonna get from this guy, to be honest. Like, I think I tried all of the options there. Egghead is such an egg and such a head. I'm still running around with the clippers. What is this? Money. Okay, so I still need to figure out... Uh-oh. Every time it auto-saves, it just dunks itself into oblivion.
The noxious odor emanating from the drunken man.
Almost as scary as the Deadly Premonition 2 loading screens. Those genuinely made me think that the game crashed a couple of times.
Don't you call her? Yeah! Don't call Abigail! Uh-huh. Abigail. Don't you fucking call Abigail.
Abigail is his wife or girlfriend. Chances are she's gone. Calling her wouldn't make it any better or worse.
A Scooter as in the happy hardcore DJ? What was that? He had like one hit.
You're not going to get anything out of this guy. He's too drunk.
How much is the fish? Yes. How's it going, Lexi?
Never thought you'd see such a thing in your life. But this guy's a little too drunk.
Don't call Abigail!
The man hiccups, then mumbles something.
Why shouldn't I call Abigail?
He snorts and beckons you to lean in closer.
Here comes the night. Really? Yeah, I just realized that, Lexi. Wow. I am being reverted to an inner 6-year-old now. Listening to TMF and MTV. Oh no.
Don't call Abigail. Don't call Abigail.
Tell me about your friends.
Don't you fucking call her. Hear me? Abigail?
There's no use in yelling at drunks. He's barely holding it together.
The drunk man starts coughing, a really disgusting, hacking cough. He does not sound well at all.
Don't call.
What a wild reference, though. What a wild reference. What the hell? I need a minute to process this. This is a lot. A fucking scooter reference. This game was inspired by DJ Chesto on a drunk night. What were you expect? I still wonder how this came out of DJ Chesto.
There was little chance he'd be a reliable witness anyway.
Like, honestly.
You stop mid-step and put your hand on a garish necktie.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
Hey, I'm trying to stay sober
This
here.
isn't even about that! This is about so much more than regular alcohol. Please go talk to him. See what it's about. I'm drawn to it.
Are reminiscent of H.B. Baxter, the lead singer of Scooter, the use of nonsense, catchy lyrics, hype shouting, and happy presentation. The self is present in both the band and Egghead's dialogue. Gottwaldian accent is stated to have the same vocal quirk as H.B. Baxter, and he places emphasis on certain sounds in the same way. This capital G can be heard, for example, in Scooter's One Always Hard. That was the one! That was one, yeah. Has this much in common with the Eurodance band Scooter and the 2006 comedy Dude, Where's My Car as it has with oh god. What have we been accused of lately? Hauntology, existentialism. In says we're about that, but we're also about Scooter, faster, harder Scooter. Oh, this game is incredible.
Good to see you, friend. Do I have deals set up for you, buddy boy? So what do you want? I got smokes. They're cheap. Very cheap. I got Pilsner. Great deal. You won't get a better deal on that piss. Spirits I can let go for 300 real. I also have speed. And by speed, I mean amphetamine.
See? There it is, Bratushka! The spirit! Let's buy the spirit! 300 real is a lot, but this has to be done! It's our end game!
What if I don't want to listen to my necktie anymore?
Out of it, Bratan! This is no time for melancholy introspection! It's time to buy that spirit!
This is just another stupid drunk idea I'm having that I'm attributing to my necktie.
Bratan, you don't understand! It's not just another drink! This is what our relationship has been building towards all these years! This is the climax, the mystery, the virginal sigh! You have to buy it from him! Get it off him! Kill him if you have to! Our ultimate fate depends on it! And the fate of many worlds!
The lieutenant looks at you, looking at the bottle of spirits, then at Rosemary, suspiciously.
In the civilized world, it's a custom to tip the shopkeep, friend.
Tequila sunset.
You seem like you're characterized by your storytelling ability. Want to tell me another one sometime?
Whoop-de-doo. So now I'm a fucking storyteller. Right. Why not? Better than a beach bum.
Want to tell me how you became Idiot Doom Spiral?
It depends, really. Are you willing to help me?
The gleam in his eyes and the slouch in his posture is so incredibly familiar. You might get scammed here.
I have a feeling this is going to cost me a lot.
No, the reality of the situation requires a rather modest contribution. A little...
So he's hungover now?
Package. I don't want it, man. I need it. Can't tell stories without it. Dry stories are boring, see? So, have you got anything for good old Idiot Doom Spiral?
We got some sweet Commodore Red.
Hey, Spiral Boy, you gonna share that?
Same, buddy.
Shut up, guys. I'm telling a story here. Something happened to you. Something happened to me, too. My actual name is George. But around here, you already know.
Ah, what an incredible video game this is.
I was once a reasonably high net worth individual. A founder/junior partner at a high-concept creative services agency. When my story begins, I had just landed a major contract with an insurance firm. I used the profits from my agency to finance what I called a cultural incubator. Abstract value generation, value per person, high-concept stuff. I developed the paradigm, worked within the paradigm, but the burden of leadership weighed heavily on me. So I went jogging every so often to keep myself sane. 22 full-time employees, an all-star team, a potentially historical set of individuals. Worrying about them often kept me up well into the morning hours.
Did the jogging help?
With my trusty Sansarique tracksuit, I felt like I could conquer the world. But now dreams are worn thin, much like my tracksuit. One day I left on my evening run. As you may know, it's impossible to clear your head when you're distracted by the sound of keys jangling in your pockets.
His eyes are clouded, his dilated blood vessels encircling his irises like stinging brambles.
So I removed the key ring and put the keys for the front gate and the apartment into different pockets to stop the jangling, you see? At least, that was the plan. I was halfway done with my usual lap when it started to rain. The reality situation became very wet, very quickly. It was a day not unlike this one here. I made my way back home and discovered that I didn't have the key to the front gate. I'd mixed it up with the key to the letterbox, which was useless. Naturally, the situation required me to climb over the gate, which I did. There was no climbing down because I slipped and landed on my ass. Ouch, indeed. Reality was looking rather grim just then. Me lying on my ass in a mud pit in the middle of a heavy shower. But when life knocked me down,
Foxhound, how's it
I
going?
always got up. So I made my way across the yard. Standing in front of my apartment door, fumbling with my pockets, I realized that I'd also forgotten my apartment key.
You gotta be shitting me.
I wish I were, Tequila. I wish I were. Instead of my apartment key, I'd taken the key to the office.
Okay, so what happened next?
I rang my neighbors' buzzers. It was late, and most of them didn't even answer. Those who did assumed I was trying to sell them something and hung up before I could even explain the situation. People are naturally wary of ad men, you see. One moment someone chats you up, 5 minutes later you've bought a box of edible lingerie and a strap-on. I don't begrudge them, especially since I was known to be one of the best.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
Just then, I experienced a moment of clarity. I still had the key to my office. I could wait out the storm there. But when I reached my office, I remembered that I'd asked one of my producers to change the locks that day. And since I hired only the best, he'd already done it, and I couldn't get in. Anyway, long story short, life spiraled out of control. I haven't gotten into my apartment for years, and my girlfriend left me because she didn't want to date a homeless man. The company, well, you see where I'm going with this. So, now you've heard my tragic tale. What do you think? Like nothing you've ever heard, huh?
I'm almost homeless myself. Doesn't seem so bad. Look on the bright side. You've got one hell of a story.
This would explain a lot. I always believed it wasn't my fault that I ended up homeless on the beach with these two bums. God bless them, though. I'd be alone without them. Anyway, that was all the story one bottle gets you.
Why do you keep losing all your
Good
stuff?
fucking question, Tequila. If I knew the answer, you think I'd be hanging out on a beach in this formerly premium but now extremely dirty two-piece lycra tracksuit?
Yes.
I used to own my reality situation. My business buddies and I had our own creative services agency. I had a nice apartment, an even nicer piece of ass. But somehow it all got away from me. Now I can't hang on to anything. Just last week I stole this nice new jacket, but then I lost it too. The only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
You of all people should empathize with this. Perhaps this lost jacket is something you could help with?
What's this about a lost jacket?
Tequila, it's a verifiable tragedy. It was practically brand new. Sure, it didn't really go with my lycra threads, but it did itch a lot less. Say, you're a detective, right? Maybe you can help old Doom Spiral out. Solve the case of the missing jacket. What do you say, Tequila?
Sure thing.
If I knew where I lost it, don't you
what?
think I'd have it? I mean, maybe I was up by the boardwalk, or walking along the beach, or checking out the abandoned fish market.
That's a lot of places.
Somewhere north of here, that's for sure. You could ask around, see if anyone's seen it. I'm all ears.
Feel like I know where to find the jacket. Hang on, let's get this done. Let's get this done. We found a very stinky jacket earlier. All right, Kim. Hold your breath on this one, buddy. I'm taking it. Hell yeah. I'm still walking around with a plastic bag and a bunch of wire cutters. Incredible. What a video game. I do miss these type of games a lot, though. This type of narrative adventures.
Tequila Sunset.
Found your jacket.
Tequila. I knew you'd come through. That's fucking great, man.
Give him the jacket.
Me see. What? This isn't my jacket. My jacket was beautiful. This is fucking filthy. What am I supposed to do with this?
What do you expect? You left it outside for a week.
I'm not taking a disgusting pile of hobo rags. I may be in an irrecoverably decaying orbit, but I've still got standards.
Do you, though?
Either bring it back the way it was before, or find a dumpster to burn it in.
You know, despite the guano, it looks like the jacket itself is stain resistant. It may just need a good scrubbing.
Can I just scrub it? Like right here?
As you hold it in your hands, it makes an uncomfortable crunching sound. It's a sordid, filthy tale, not for the weak. Are you sure you can stomach it?
Think about it.
It occurs to you that you're not even holding the jacket itself, but rather The thick crust of jetsam and seagull shit that ensconces it.
It occurs to you that you are not even holding the jacket itself, but rather the gift sub to Foxhound Cut. Martian dude, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Foxhound Cut. Really freaking appreciate it. Can I get some gifts of Richards in chat, please? Thank you so much, dude.
It smells like a dead sea creature, tangled in grey strands of seaweed. It must have spent quite some time in the water before the tide deposited it ashore. Somehow, it was carried or dragged to the
Oh, it's
boardwalk.
fine. That's what the
If
alerts are
not
for.
by human hands, then perhaps the feral dogs that prowl the beaches at night. Why? Why did you think about it? Look at your hands. They're covered in muck. Now you're just flicking that shit everywhere. This is a disaster. You'll never get the smell out.
I can and I will. I do feel like I haven't really progressed the story all that much, though, in the last bit. Do. But seriously, thank you so much, Martian. I really freaking appreciate it. I think that also puts us back at 40 subs. Thank you so much. Let's see. Where was that trap?
This is the trap, Morel. Nothing but locusts in this trap.
Empty as all of them. One more of these and we're done.
The lieutenant stretches his back. Nothing has changed.
Okay, so one more, which is near the canal you cross southeast of the village. I just noticed. I'm actually quite happy about this, but we're nearly 5.5 hours into the stream and I still got my voice. It's doing pretty well. Ah, there it is. Now it helps that the game does a lot of heavy lifting for me, though. Like I can easily, I can easily sit back and just kind of let the game do the heavy lifting in terms of, like providing some noise, basically.
The reeds bend forlornly toward the sand. You see slabs of concrete north. In the east, the city center hums to you. The constant, distant song. Louder on this part of the coast. Nearer somehow. And there's that cold again. Always the cold.
But yeah, I've basically set a few basic goals for myself for the upcoming like time. And primarily just kind of focusing on recovering now, but like seeing that I'm holding it out for so long after like barely being able to manage 2 hours of streaming is really cool. I'm really happy about that.
The trap feels light and silent as you pick it up. Something
Uh-oh.
is different here. No locust. No phasmid either. But still.
It's empty.
Your voice echoes on the coast, carried by a gust of cold wind.
Well, the bait worked on something. This doesn't mean it was a reed monster, though. Unless you see one in there. I just see an empty trap.
The netting is a little untidy, messier than the others. Like someone or something picked up the trap and shook it before dropping it back down on the ground.
Do get the feeling someone or something may have messed with the trap.
Perhaps our cryptozoologists have competition in the form of an actual entomologist, or someone else is sabotaging them. I could present more theories, but then I would be taking this on as a case, which I'm not.
What if it was the phasmid? What if it ate them and got out?
Right. Anyway, that's for the cryptozoologists to figure out now. We are not cryptozoologists. We are cops.
Want to know the funny part about the way that certain interactions between Harry and Kim work? It's like basically Kim is the rest of the tabletop RPG group that I'm playing with, and Harry is me. Let's see if the cryptozoologist is back at the hotel. Yeah, they are. There's a little Harry in all of us.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
Just doing my job, man.
Here, I want to give you a small token of my gratitude. It's a tie, Mesk in origin. The pin is an antique, quite special.
Why would you give that to me?
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
Told me you've seen the phasmid?
You don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Actually, I do.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
Darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Reflexively, the lieutenant readies his familiar notebook.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
Wait, where was this and how old were you?
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5 and a half in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
What happened?
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living thing. It stood up and looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it.
And then it challenged you to a dance-off.
She had no fear, just surprise.
I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
So that's how they met. This is beyond significant for them.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing.
That man is just constantly becoming more Australian.
If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
You were on a date?
Our first, yes.
Its limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Maybe you imagined
How
it?
could she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here, what makes it a confirmed sighting. She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, "Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here." They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Kim, what do you think of this?
I thought it was a wonderful story, man.
But I don't believe it. A child left unattended on a warm day. Children make up stories and then end up believing them.
Thank you for sharing this with me.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud.
Bubby, but I actually have lost all my memories. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'd like to hear more about cryptids.
To hell with it. Let's have more cryptids.
Oh, now you're invested. Now you're invested, Kim.
Of course, officers. Is there a particular cryptid you two are interested in learning about?
Is a bird a cryptid?
No. It's the cryptid.
Wow. The cryptid?
Oh, yes.
Okay. What is this bird?
The eight-eyed teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a wingspan of 11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
He is not wrong.
Until it was cited by renowned Gotvaldian explorer and naturalist Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
I need to hear about this sighting.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm. The world's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren waste east of the Erg Desert, an ancient riverbed completely dried up.
What happened?
Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years, since the fall of Pericarnassus. He was lost, without any navigation equipment, and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the Teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times.
Eat the bird. Uwe. It's the only way to survive.
My favorite cryptid is a tiny Japanese lady from a variety show who dominates eating competitions. What?
Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the Teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist. Then the Teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird.
Why?
The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uwe spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away.
Hold on, how did he survive to tell the story?
The Teratorn was indifferent to him, as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps. It even let him feed on some carcasses up there, and the 2 unfertilized eggs it left behind.
An 8-eyed, mind-controlling bird. Fuck yeah.
Absolutely, sweetie. Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Oamrau is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
I like a good mystery, though.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
This one I liked. Not only does it have 8 eyes, and is a living fossil, and the largest bird ever to live, it also does mind control.
He's sincere. He likes the audacity of it.
So that was the last anyone saw of it?
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Ilmara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it.
Should talk to Kim. He likes hard stuff.
Looking at that tie on you and thinking that
And
man's
big
into
stuff.
cryptids. So, what else do you want to know?
What is the tiniest cryptid?
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
Kim, don't you want to hear about another cryptid?
The lieutenant pauses, thoughtfully. Something in him breaks.
Ah, fuck it. Let's have more cryptids.
This is the classic, like both hands up in the air. I am defeated. I give up. Fuck it.
The smallest cryptid is the Cryobacter catlensis, a unicellular bacterium. It was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Katla on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago.
And what's so special about it?
Bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history, Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
Wait, she injected herself with it? Like, genuine question. We went from, I discovered a bacteria under the ice caps. Better get that shit in my veins ASAP.
Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea.
Because she was a cold-blooded killer.
It's actually a little hard to see. But do go on.
You mean there was an immortal geologist wandering the road?
Yes, and she's quite mad, too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
What is the most dangerous cryptid?
The Gnome of Jeroma.
The Gnome of Jeroma. That sounds terrifying.
Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
I just imagine, like, my mental image is the gnomes from Gravity Falls. You know, from the puking rainbows? Like, that's my mental image. I can see why their venom would dissolve their victims. What does this cryptid look like?
It
A garden
was
gnome.
reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the Gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of this very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
Hang on. Okay, so no. Generally, if a predator is venomous, or if an animal is venomous, they usually have antibodies to counteract the venom. Unless they inject themselves directly with a sufficient amount. Usually more than it takes to subdue prey.
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
Seems very convenient that it just disappeared and nothing like it was seen again.
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. Their disappearance is most memorable, and they are least likely to be found again.
Are there any invisible cryptids?
What an interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are.
Of course. All fairy tales have someone or something invisible in them.
Shush, Kim, she's gonna tell me about the invisible cryptid.
It's the Col de Mama d'Aqua. Its name means thin whisper of sound, and that's precisely what it is. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. The Col de Mama is very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
You know, there is a there is a really clever episode of Doctor Who. I think it's called Hide. Let me look it up. Or was that the... No, that's the Haunting of Hill House one. What was the one... It's an episode where the Doctor offers a hypothesis that there is a creature that is so adept at hiding that you never notice it. And he sort of does it by explaining, like, it's that tingling sensation back of the neck that you feel when you're out in the dark on your own and you feel like you're being watched. Like, that's the whole episode. It's about that. And it's brilliantly done in a way that kind of reminds me of how she's describing some of these creatures. Fuck, what was the episode called? I think it's the 9th series from the top of my head. I think it's the same series as Heaven Sent. Doctor Who. Just gonna casually scour I Face the Raven. No. Oh, it's 8. Listen. That's the one. Listen. It's just a really cool episode that kind of toys with the concept of an overactive imagination as a kid, like that feeling like there's something under your bed. Like everybody has the same dream. Why is that? And it's just a really cool episode that this made me think of. What does it sound like?
Nothing. It's such a high-pitched sound that us humans can't hear it, nor can other animals. It could be ringing right outside your window and you wouldn't even know it. Could be anywhere. Everywhere, even.
Oh yeah, it's a Capaldi episode. My favorite Doctor.
Fine, I'll bite. How can an animal be a sound?
Many scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
Yeah, they basically sort of go down Clara's timeline and accidentally end up with a younger version of Danny, I think. I don't actually remember that detail. But they do something really cool during a scene where they hide under the bed and it's like, see, there's nothing wrong. And then suddenly the bed sort of bends like somebody is sitting on it. It's a surprisingly tense episode to watch based on the idea that, like, you're not supposed to look at it. Even though you're aware of its presence, you're not supposed to look at it. Just a really cool episode.
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
Maybe it's predatory.
What if it's predatory?
It's not. Don't worry. If it were predatory, we would have found it by the damage it inflicts.
Let's see. There was a bit that I really like. Now I'm hung up on this. I should rewatch that episode. That was a good episode.
I wouldn't be so sure. What if the damage is also invisible?
What evidence is there of this animal being a sound?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 20s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording technology for capturing sounds outside the range of human hearing. When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds. The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest-pitched bat calls.
She transforms, when speaking about these strange animals, into a confident woman.
They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Col de Mamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Wow.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them. Sequester, Time, Joscan, those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually.
Why is Mamadaqua afraid of us?
That is a sad story. A group
One of the
university
students had a gun.
students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Extinction?
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaquas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear?
This lady really should be a teacher. She's really good at the explaining things thing.
Exactly. And these tests were performed
Not
so
technically,
recklessly that when they happened upon the right
They cease to exist being two waveforms.
well, they wiped out most of the population.
I was gonna make a joke about amplifying the brown note, but then she sort of made it for me.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Mamadaqua population anywhere.
Of course. A common thread in these. Disappearance and unfalsifiability. I like the story, though, ma'am.
I'm glad you did, dear. What about what?
What about bye?
Of course, dear.
Oh, man. Okay, let's see. What do we have left? Spirit is eternal. Buy the spirits from Rosemary. No, I'm not going to do that. Still need to check for the traces. Take on the responsibility. Dead body at the boardwalk. Call Jamrock Public Library. Let's do that. I knew there was something that I was missing. And then I'm gonna spend my first night in the new house.
Was that? Could it be? The Col de Mamadaqua? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear.
No, it's probably tinnitus.
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Lena also said that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, isn't there always?
Wait, Kim, do you hear high-pitched noise?
No, I don't hear the Koldomama d'Aqua, and neither do you.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf.
Listen closely
There it is
first.
again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species.
Keep
It must be
listening.
very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you.
Move your head towards the
Oh
sound.
no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
No, come back, please.
Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox,
Let's radio, right?
How may I assist you?
Please connect me to the Jamrock Library.
I've got Central Jamrock Public Library on the line, and I've already introduced you to their librarian. Connecting the call in 2.
Yes, this is Central Jamrock Public Library here. How can I help you, officer?
He sounds worried, yet ready to assist. This is how people get when the police call.
I'm looking for any information that you can about Billy Mijan, a reader.
Billy Mijan, you said. Give me a moment, I'll have to check our database.
On Moreau Drive in central Jamrock, in a darkened hall lit by orange desk lamps far away from the noise outside, a middle-aged man taps commands into an old radio computer. A printout falls on the desk. Behind him, a lonely reader scours some dusty bookshelves, looking for a paperback.
Yes, hello, are you still there? I found Billy Mijan's home address, is that alright? No phone number, unfortunately.
That's quite alright. Yeah, home address is fine.
Here we go, sir. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, 33B, apartment number 20. It's in Martinez, I believe. Capeside Apartments, it says. That's all.
That's where the smoker on the balcony lives, isn't it?
Oh, wait, that's the house that we started bothering the lady behind the door. Do you have any other information on Billy Mijan?
It says here that they returned their last book just a few days ago, but I wasn't at work that day.
Do you know someone who was?
Marie? Marie? Do you remember a reader named Billy Mijan? They returned a Tybalt book the other day. Yes, it was my colleague Marie. She said that it was Billy's husband who returned the book. He also asked for this new sci-fi release, Lowe's Radio City 87, but we don't have it yet.
Good. You have a name now.
Marie knows Billy. She's been working here longer than me. Sometimes her husband returns some books for her.
And then goes for a little drink later. On the lookout.
Do you know the husband's
Sorry,
name?
no. Marie only knows him by sight.
Can Marie describe to me what the husband looked like?
She said it was an older man, and that she's pretty sure he'd had a drink or two the last time she saw him.
What was he wearing?
1 second. Sorry, Marie wasn't really paying any attention to that.
Thank you, that's all for me. I have no other
Happy
questions.
we could help. Goodbye, officer.
Anything else you need from me?
I'm done with the radio for now.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers.
All right. Now we got a name, we got a lead on that. And we're definitely going to have to chase that down. Let's see, what else do we have left? I am not sure how to continue the main investigation. I feel like at some point I'm going to have to confront Everett in his office about that. But I also need to figure out the whole shot bit, because Everett is definitely covering up for something. I just need to know why. Once I do that, that'll be fine. That'll be fine. I love this theme so much.
You hear someone walking a poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Do I have to open the door? Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
It's generally easier to do things if you have.
Okay, so it wasn't that apartment. Where is it then? Oh, wait, there was another place that I could go? Here. Is it maybe this apartment?
A weathered brown door. The number reads 20. Something smells good. Soup à l'oignon. The lieutenant motions to you to go ahead and knock. This is the door. You already know it's the right door. This is going to be so hard.
Don't knock! Just leave! You don't need this! You don't need to sad it up!
Hold on, Kim. We should discuss this before we move on. What should we expect?
Right. Let's talk this through.
You hear light footsteps passing by the door and some folk music playing on the radio.
We have our first preliminary identification. In all likelihood, the deceased is the husband of Billy Méjean. We need to confirm this, as well as deliver the death notification to Billy herself. Now, delivering a death notification is never an easy task. There's a reason why it's often called the most stressful part of our job. This is why it's usually done in pairs. You got this. I'll be monitoring reactions, ready to act if necessary.
Do you have any advice on how to tell her?
Dead? Just don't say that you know how they feel. You don't.
Good advice.
All right.
The lieutenant motions towards the door.
Hello? Who is it?
And someone turns down the radio.
The police. A moment, please give us a moment.
Tidying up. Nervously. There's fear in her voice.
Come in. The door is open.
All right. I think we're going to leave this confrontation for the next stream. I can safely say it's been almost 6 hours. I am so happy. Feels incredible. Honestly. But thank you all so very much for hanging out. Hopefully you all enjoyed it. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you so much for being here. And hopefully you had a good time. If you're new to the stream and had a good time, do consider hitting that follow button. And an extra special thank you to Wasabi and Martian. Thank you so much for the subs. Really appreciate the continued support. And if you enjoy hanging out with this community, do consider heading over to our Discord. There you go. And we also have a YouTube channel. If you crave a little bit of a different format, I usually every once in a while, I'll post a video on there on different topics that interest me. The last one was a video on Mazurna Falls with Dark's Gauntlet. So do check that out as well. And I also have a little bit of an archive channel, courtesy of Phonic Arts, who is helping me put edited down VODs on there. So if you want an uninterrupted viewing experience for past streams that you may have missed, Live Alive is currently being drip-fed into the channel with new parts dropping every Saturday for now. And do subscribe to there. Would greatly appreciate it. Man, it feels... Oh man, the timer just hit 6 hours. And normally I'm not like super invested in like the actual time of streaming, but as like I've been consistently trying to build up how much I could stream, and seeing that hit 6 hours now is a surreal experience. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully y'all had fun. I'll be back on Friday with more Disco Elysium. For next Monday, we'll have a birthday stream featuring Mr. Mosquito, a PlayStation 2 game that features you being a mosquito and having to drain unsuspecting victims of their precious life blood. With a little bit of maybe DuckTales afterwards if we beat it soon. It's a surprisingly fun little game. Usually for my birthday stream, I do like something incredibly dumb and then end up really enjoying it. Battle Construction Vehicles was a great example of this. But yeah, hopefully see you guys soon. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you again so much for your support, and I'll see you all very soon. And until that moment arrives, remember, stay beautiful, keep on gaming, dudes, and I'll see you all next time.